Hello.
My favorite
There we
thing
go.
about work is that I can use it to
Thanks,
make
Debian. Okay.
code snippets that have the same highlighting that I get in my editor.
Yes.
Although I don't know, it puts span elements around every single character when you do the export. Quite a lot. Yeah.
When you have like bold and different formatting elements, they do all that in spans.
Yeah. But not like
Not every character.
like every okay. Okay, that's it.
Maybe it is blocked, but
Yeah, yeah, that's what I do. I have you ever need a fast highlight? I don't remember it.
Hey, are any of you Jens?
No.
Okay. So this was supposed to be a pre-recorded talk, and for pre-recorded talks, I've got a little folder here. This is distributed authorization with caprock. However, I only have caprock.pdf. So,
Let me get a hold on. I'm pretty certain he's still in Germany, so he's
Okay.
probably not going to walk in the room.
yep, that makes sense. We might need to cancel the talk unless somebody wants to do some improv.
Tyler says that works really well if you have the right person for it.
yeah, it wouldn't be the first time we've done it.
For SeaGL. This SeaGL.
I could try an improv.
You want to do some improv? Sure.
I mean, on those slides or like on a different topic?
On caprock.pdf.
On those slides.
Yeah. Yep. I don't know. Well, let's see if we can get hold of
Yeah, for sure. Let's get a hold of him first. Hi.
Hey, so this, I'm pretty sure was supposed to be a live thing.
This is live?
Okay, wait, sorry.
Is he remote live?
Yeah, remote live.
Oh, okay.
He uploaded
We're
his
gonna
slides
have
by
him.
mistake. I'm so sorry.
Right.
Give me just a second to get that switched over.
distributed systems where every node can conceivably have a connection to every other node. And if there's no direct connection, then the nodes can route to each other. By contrast, what we see in the web nowadays tends to be more this kind of decentralized, the middle type of architecture, where you have a bunch of nodes that communicate to each other via some server, and then these servers can also be connected to each other as well. Just this mostly for context. And the idea is, how do you achieve authorization in a distributed network when maybe there are also failures of links between nodes, and you have to deal with that as well. Because a lot of technology nowadays assumes that this is not a problem. Sorry, I keep getting messages. If I pause or say something funny, I keep getting messages. Now I got a message that I should please start over. Okay, you don't have me live in the room. I should start over. Should I start over now? Okay. Sorry, I've been talking and I get messages and I'm trying to ignore some of the messages. I'm starting over now, just in case I got it right now. Again, hello, my name is Jens Schinkhäuser. I'm here to talk about distributed authorization with Caprock. I'm going to advance immediately to the next slide because I can skip some of the things that I said before. We're a small nonprofit. We're trying to do R&D in next generation internet technology. With a focus on getting a better grip on human rights in that sphere. And this particular work has been funded through a grant from the ISOC Foundation. When I talk about distribution, this is a sort of a classification of network architectures from 1964, predates the internet. It's sort of concerned with resilience to failure, right? If you look at the diagram on the far right where it says distributed, every node can have a link to any other node basically, and information gets routed between them. This is sort of the basis for how the internet works, right? Whereas the web, this is more working like the middle part where individual clients talk to each other through some server or some service, and maybe these services are also interconnected. And what we're concerned with in this particular case is in distributed network, when there is link failure or when links cannot be expected to be reliable, how can you still achieve authorization, which currently tends to follow a decentralized model in most cases. Yes, so this is basically what I just said, just in text. It's good for reading, but maybe not good for presenting. My background in this, or I have many reasons why I've come to this, but one of them is that we're sort of entering a time where we might see commercial drones. The example we tend to use are pizza delivery drones, right? Everybody wants to have their pizza delivered to the doorstep by a drone. I don't know if everybody does, but that's the use case we're talking about. And they're basically flying cell phones. So we know from how we use cell phones that sometimes connectivity will fail. And that's pretty bad when something sufficiently heavy can fall on your head as a result. So we need to make sure that some stuff works even when the connectivity is not necessarily given. And one of the scenarios we can think about here is if there's an emergency and emergency vehicles have to move through and you need the drones to be out of the way, there needs to be a way for the emergency services to signal the drones, please land now, or please move out of the way, even when they can't actually connect to the ground control station at this moment that they would usually receive commands from. So this is why I say connectivity will fail. It's just a question of the specific failure reason, but you can find easily find scenarios where that's not a given. So, like I said, it's a bit hidden here by the video, unfortunately. I didn't expect that. I want to be able to authorize actions when the authority that typically you consult is not reachable at this point. So this is about not relying on a single point of failure. This is, about the temporary absence of such a function, and it's useful for, like I said, offline first use case, asynchronous use case. That's what the bottom line says. But also things like IoT provisioning, where at the point when you provision a device, you don't necessarily have connection to anything because, thank you for this, because the connection might only be established after you've provisioned the device. So you need some kind of ways to deal with that kind of situation. I assume that most people understand the difference between authentication and authorization, but here, as a quick recap, authentication is sort of concerned with who am I, and authorization is more concerned with what am I actually permitted to do. And distributed authentication is basically a solved problem. I put this in quotes. It's not necessarily the case that all authentication mechanisms are distributed, but we can do this. Public-private keys are basically the way you distribute authentication by signing a certificate that this key belongs to some entity or person, and then that can be verified without having to contact the entity that signed it. That can be done offline. And if you look at the number of DID projects out there, you can see that there's still work going on with this, but it's more, does this work relates more to how do you tie this basic cryptographic mechanism to I don't know, legislation and legal requirements for identifiers or that kind of thing. Okay, so once this is established, how do I provide permissions for something? Now, if you try to split authentication into sort of different phase of what authentication actually is, then you can argue that either the identification is a separate concern. So identification here is the idea that this guy with the glasses and the gray beard is Jens Finkhäuser. That's sort of identification. Endowment is a term that I'm using here, where you take a key and you assign attributes to this identifier, like my gray beard. If you look at DID projects, they tend to focus on this overlap between identification and endowment, basically. But then when you have a key, you also have to prove some kind of secret. You have to prove that, well, I'm in possession of the private key part that that corresponds to the public key that's part of this certificate that's been issued. And if that all works together, then this should, in theory, prove that it's me who's accessing the service, not just somebody else. In theory, right? In practice, I can give my key to somebody else, but that's sort of the set of ideas here. And one of the interesting things here is that this sort of identification endowment is sort of something that it's a step that you do beforehand. At the point of use, you only do the secret proving part. That's why sometimes, for me, I find it useful to split these up into 3 different phases of this whole thing. I pretty much said this here. And so this has 2 phases. We have to also, the endowment has 2 phases, right? So first you sign the combination of public key, and then you can verify the signature. And the question was for us, can we do the same phase split also for authorization and not just for authentication? Because if we can do that, then we can also do authorization when there is a communications failure, and that would be that would be the idea. So I've provided a diagram here that sort of tries to illustrate what these kind of steps are and how this sort of process works, right? And that's sort of the core of what we've been working on. If you imagine in the upper part, that's sort of the phase that happens initially, right? If you sort of imagine that this is you have a store for some sort of authorization data, then somebody who wants to grant a permission will query and maintain the store as well, but in this case, query the store and check whether there's there's some information in the store, whether this particular person can perform this particular action with this particular object, and this kind of yields a binary response, right? Either yes or no. This exists or it doesn't exist. And how you manage the entries in the store is completely out of scope for this, right? It then takes this information, this person or this key can do this thing with this object, serializes and signs it, and that's what creates a capability. This can be transmitted to the second phase, right, like a certificate. And in this second phase, the grantee, right, the party that wants to access a resource sends an access request. Now, at this point, the agent that's supposed to act on this request needs this capability. Where it has it from is not actually important, right? It could be that the grantor transmitted it directly to the agent. It could be that the grantor transmitted it to the grantee. The only thing that matters is the agent has the capability. And if it has this capability, it can verify that the signature is correct. It can then decide, well, actually, I don't have this object that I do, and craft a response accordingly. And that's sort of the process in the abstract. Right. Now this goes back to a lot of work of the past, right? This is not particularly new. Object capabilities have been invented in the 60s. So again, this is very old stuff, and it sort of got popular with object-oriented programming. There was a phase where people imagined or tried to design systems where there would be a security kernel in the operating system that would accept capabilities and processes can exchange them with each other. But this sort of wasn't considering the idea that maybe you can copy one of these capabilities and then abuse the power this capability gives. So ICAP in the 80s tried to fix this by specifying a bearer in this token. And if you look at things like pretty good privacy, they try to do something else with trust, something similar with trust levels. The trust level is a little bit of a unspecific concept. It's a bit of a difficult way to encode an authorization. If you say, well, I trust this key to this degree or that, it doesn't really say very much about how it's supposed to be used. And I sort of missed this when I started this work, but I was reminded of this just recently. This sort of culminated, this kind of work culminated in a different RFC at the IETF, where they were bringing this together and trying to imagine how this would all work with X509 certificates, where you can embed authorization as well. So this idea is not new. The idea that's sort of new, if you want, is that, well, I write in this in parallel, basically, that's one thing. But the idea that's sort of new is how can we make this small? How can we make this actually be usable in network situations where getting a single packet through may or may not work, and therefore we should be able to put this in a way, squeeze this into a single packet, basically. Otherwise, if you're relying on the multiple packets being sent, then if one of them doesn't arrive, then you have a problem with how do you proceed from there. So if we can make it small enough for a single packet, then we're kind of in a space where we can deal with networks that can fail. So the anatomy of these tokens are what I have been basically repeating over and over so far, is that you have to specify who gets the privilege, what the privilege is, and on which object this privilege is supposed to be applied. Now you can make these arbitrarily complex, right? The subject could be an individual, it could be an organization, it could be a group of keys. That's flexible. Similarly, the privilege, the predicates here, is as flexible as you want it to be. And also the object could be a single object or a group of objects or something, or also, in fact, another entity, another subject, right? That you sort of delegate trust to or something like that. And this triple is sort of all you need to model everything. If you look at how RDF works, how the semantic web works, they basically operate on these triples, and it depends on how much meaning you expand each triple to. But if we give a small identifier for each of these entities, then you can also create a small token, and depending on how you design the rest of the system around it, that can be enough for completely distributed authorization. So in a synchronous process, you would have this kind of thing essentially stored in an authorization database, whatever kind of database you want to look at. Could be something like an ACL, it could be an LDAP database, and so forth. But this, like I said initially, this requires trust in this database and the fact that this database is available. In this asynchronous process that we're trying to look at, you kind of assume that the bearer can present this token with a request for a resource, and then the receiver can verify this claim only on the data that's embedded in it and nothing else needed. So we need a couple of requirements for making this work, other than this tuple of three entities there. We need signature from the grantee, and typically it makes sense to build your system that multiple grantees can exist, and therefore you need to also identify that. It can be omitted if your system doesn't need this. We need some kind of metadata for validity. So X509 has the not before, not after timestamps. Something like that is very valuable because you do not want to give a permission forever. It's very, very unlikely that's what you need. And of course, the signature then becomes well, the proof that this is actually a valid combination of metadata and permissions. Like I said, our goal here was to make this small, so you can have a zero round trip time authorization. This sort of assumes that you can also authenticate in zero round trip times, which happens if you which can happen if you have previously shared some key material, by whichever means, right? Could be a previous online handshake, or it could be an offline distribution of keys. I'm not making assumptions here, but that means that in practice this must fit in an unfragmented UDP datagram. And if you look at if you look at Wi-Fi, then typically for UDP you say it's about 1,500 bytes, but if in Wi-Fi networks it's more like 1,200 bytes before it starts fragmenting. It depends on the setup, right? So our goal was to be able to put this into less than 1,200 bytes, and in practice this kind of worked in about 500 bytes. But the general concept of okay, I just heard that I can run over time. I don't have very much to share anymore, so this is great, but I'll just finish in peace. The general concept is completely independent of what sort of identifiers you're using, what sort of permissions you're using. It's just describing the basic concept. Caprox itself then is flexible to how it can be encoded. It sort of sorry, Caprox itself then decides what kind of identifier namespaces you have, right? It's a sort of a specification, sort of limits the amount of choice you can make there in order to fit it in a small enough number of bytes. And then there's also compact encoding, and this compact encoding, this is what I'm talking about when I say I can squeeze it into 500 bytes. But in principle, you can use the different encodings for the same thing. You could use a JSON Web Token. You could use X509. This is all possible, right? This is just not really that much of an interest to me right now. So what we have here is that we limit the constrain the identifiers to something like SHA-3 fingerprints or AT448 public keys. So basically, it's no more than 64 bytes. That's sort of the limit here. The object identifiers, I'm not really giving any structure. It could be any scheme that you'd want. But it makes sense to have the same length, because if you have the same length, then you can also treat a grantee or grantor as an object for delegation purposes. And the predicate and privilege is pretty much arbitrary length. I've sort of there's no real limit to them, right? But if you can squeeze them to less than 200 bytes, then you certainly get to the space where you can transmit it in a single packet, and that's a good idea. And then the signature, we also have limits here for that either come from the DSA specifications, or we can use SHA-2 or SHA-3 for DSA or RSA. And again, this is at most 64 bytes. And if we have one grantor, one or more claims and one signature for a capability, plus the metadata of before and not before, not after timestamps, then you sort of get to where we are. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about here. Sorry, went ahead a bit too fast. Like I said, we have timestamps from or to. Now, I said here, there's been some feedback here on why make the to optional, why not make the from optional. Well, the idea here comes from the IoT provisioning. This is not something that we have to stay fixed on this implementation on. Might be that making the from optional and the to mandatory is better for your use case. And so this is just how it currently is. We can discuss this. And I'm using a TIE64 encoding because it's nicely predictable in the length and rather compact. And then there's a counter, and the counter is sort of interesting for resolving conflicts because no, we don't have this here. No, I don't have it here. Sorry. Because if you have capabilities that sort of contradict each other, then having some kind of counter that's sort of scoped to the author, right? It's basically the same in X509 certificates. That helps you decide which is the one that's actually currently the most valid. And then the encoding is sort of the self-describing compact encoding. Don't want to actually get to make too much detail here. I want to wrap up this because we're running relatively slow on time. So what's the library? Low on time. What's the library? I tend to be a C++ developer, so this is implemented in C++, but for wide usability, it's got a C API. Using Meson for building and Ninja. There's some Conan packages I've made. There's a code forge that you can look at if you want to look at the code. There's also a specification page where I have drafted this out in a lot more detail. Any feedback on any of these things is super welcome, right? I mean, it feels done enough for my users, but I'm pretty sure that other people have other users, and I would love to have some feedback on this. I have a couple of specifications up here, like on that page. The first one is just on the conceptual notion of using capabilities for distributed authorization. I have a personal IETF draft. On this. I'm hoping, actually, I'm here at IETF right now. That's why I'm speaking from this hotel room here. On Friday, I have a talk at the ACE working group on this. So let's see what comes out of this. It would be nice to get this adopted. Then I have the draft on the CapRock specific scheme, which is just the constraints I've been talking about previously, and then on the wire encoding as well. And then, like I said, there is room for future documents, which I'm currently not too focused on. But if anybody has a need for this, I mean, by all means, let's work together on this. It would fit into JSON web token quite well, for example. And yes, generally, if you want to look up what we're doing here, there's the website for the project itself. All of our code is on Codeberg. We have a mailing list, which is more of a discussion list than anything else, although nothing much is happening there. It's just I rarely post something there, and sometimes somebody answers something back or asks a question. And then if you want to support this work, we're very happy to accept donations. We are a nonprofit, and there's a link for that as well. And that was it. I just got the message. There's a 45-second delay for questions. That's fine. I'm ready to have questions or finish this depending on what's going to happen here. I don't actually know where I get questions from. It's a very interesting thing. I assume I will find out. No questions. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Well, in that case, thank you very much for listening, and I'll hope I'll see you at some other time. Thank you.
Test. Hey, there we go.
Oh my goodness, this
What are
one
you,
needs to come up. Can you come up over there?
So we show a
So it's doing
display.
split screen, yeah.
Okay, so that should be going to there, but it is not. Let's cut out our middleman
Okay, let me.
and see if we can get you directly onto the projector.
Okay. Well, hold on a second. Let me get all this so it's all back over here. So that now I can get to config. Because it was bringing up the hey, let's change your display stuff to the display activity.
Okay.
And see if I can spell display.
What kind of computer is that?
That's a Tuxedo. It's a German company.
That's really nice.
Yeah, and then when I was looking, they were actually.
And it has a penguin on the super key.
Yes, it does.
It's handy.
They were a lot less expensive than System 76 and others, including shipping from Germany. So, all right. Okay, they're both 1920 by 1080.
Okay, so you can see the projector. The projector can't see you, though. Even past... Oh, you know what? Okay, here. Try plugging into this
Okay.
instead. Because this might actually be an us problem.
Okay. Are we still going to be able to capture it?
That's what we're figuring out.
Okay.
Okay, so you do show up on the projector there. I've switched this to a different port. The ports on these laptops, some of them just don't work.
Okay.
So we're going to try this on a different port. We've figured out that the capture card was the problem there. That's why you weren't getting up on there.
Okay.
So if you go ahead and plug in there. Yeah.
Okay, there we are. And this is
Nothing there, and I'm also not...
great. Okay, let's see. Oh, I figured out what it was a replica of was the setting for.
Oh, okay. Oh, I've got your screen in OBS, but it's not trying to... I'm going to move this again.
Okay, we can all just watch OBS. Put up in your phone and...
No, just come over here and crowd around this tiny screen.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, we're still not getting that on the projector. Can you make it on the internet? The slideshow?
Well, yeah, we'll see if we can get the...
Okay.
Get this one more time.
Okay, we're gonna do it like this. Like that. That one. That one. Plug that one in. Plug that one in. And plug that one in. And is this up there? Okay. So I know this isn't like a real solution, but I can do that. Can I make it so that that's taking up the whole thing though? Full screen interface. Okay, we're getting closer. Display one. No, that's not it at all. Escape. What if we just start taking some of this stuff off? Hey, okay, Hans.
Okay.
I know this isn't ideal, but we do have this that we can do.
Okay.
Are you good with this?
Works well for you guys? Okay. I'll change the content to be the actual thing here.
Okay.
Okay.
I think this might be mirroring. Test. Okay. How's it going? Do you need anything from me, Hans?
No, I think they'll take care of it.
Okay.
You've got 3 minutes, right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
You're going to present from the Acer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just copying and
Awesome.
file over PDF, so that's fine. That's fine. That. Somehow we turn this off screen. I can't get down mounting. And I forget how to do anything like that.
Huh?
Don't hear about that. Don't look at my picture. What it is.
Okay.
Laptop on my own.
Yeah, no, that's alright. I'll turn around.
Okay. Got it in there.
Okay. I'm blanking. Okay. That is full screen, and you're good. You are live and you're recording. Thank you.
Okay. You got 1 minute. You can try taking the laptop on mute to make sure we don't color in the presentation. I've never had that. All right.
I've got these signs for you.
Oh, awesome.
I'll hold up as we go.
Yeah, because I'll be those. We're squeezing a little bit in today.
The microphone that's picking you up is the onboard in this laptop.
Okay.
So the one for the opening in the laptop.
Okay. So I'll try to keep over here.
Yes.
All right. Hopefully we're coming in real fine. So welcome to the second day of SeaGL. Hope everybody's been enjoying. Great keynotes we had and some good talks. I really like that we've had a hybrid environment. We just had an hour ago here that wrote coming in from Germany. I think that's fantastic that we have that as an option. We'll get to it in a second, though. I'm just though because he's doing a presentation here, and it's slides. And in next Sunday, I will be speaking starting at 2 o'clock in the morning. As I do the other way around, I will be speaking in German for Tuxtage next Sunday morning. They gave me 3 talks in a row, so 2 o'clock in the morning till 5 o'clock in the morning. We're going to power through. But if you're interested in topics and speak German, please look at it on. That is completely virtual, so it's available if you want to be up. Because you all get confused about what time it is, 3 o'clock in the morning, I think, for you starting that for that one. But I don't have that problem at home. All right. Places to find me and at lots of conferences. Right. We can come back to that later. Let's start talking about what is JSON. So JSON is a complex data structure that gives us labels and data points within the data. Then look, you can see as I'm putting it there, it kind of look like columnar data. So this is something we would use Awk for to look at things like if you think about how we show database tables for a small database or for a spreadsheet where you've got columns of data coming down. It can look like that, but it's not, because if you notice that the first column on the example for the first entry is a conference and the second one is search, so they don't have to be in order in any particular the JSON document. This is a print of that same document, just to make it a little bit easier for your humans to read. Now I'm not seeing it as columns with lines, but both of them are valid JSON, both of them are the same document as far as JSON is concerned. Now, I can use Awk to grab columns. We know how to do that. We've been doing that since a long time. Right? I think Awk is 45 years old, so we've been doing this for a while, right? So this example here, I'm saying let's go ahead and split on the double quotes and pick the 12th column, which gives me the topics. That works because both the topics are the same place. I want the examples like I wanted it, right? But for other columns that wouldn't have worked, as I pointed out, conference speaker different. If I want to do the same thing in GNU, I can say file. I tell you, hey, this is an array, and they give me the topics out of each of the documents within it. So I'm not getting into too much syntax. This is my third talk in my JSON drill or JSON trilogy. The first one goes. I still want to probably got the open and close square brackets for an array, and then we have the open and close curly brackets for each document. Documents can have array documents objects within them, so you can get deep in it. I stick mostly with the simple documents just for ease of definition. Here, for each document within an array, I want to pull out the topic. And it's going and looking for the key, the topic key, and putting that out. For those of us that do associative arrays, it builds into something like that. All right. Now here, I'm going to go through and grab my topic. Oh, I forgot to update my slides. The curly braces should have the actual data. I do some things on the back end with the ASCII doc, make it all look right. But so this should be the value of those. But we got extra lines in here because we got the array lines that don't have a value in it. So doing this with JSON, I can get them as separate as with the descriptor in here, and now I've got something, and then I also get what I want to within the pipeline. If I want to get multiple fields, I can do that. I'm doing the same type of thing I was doing before, but now I'm going through and saying, don't just give me the topic, but also give me the conference date of the conference. Notice that on the first entry, the date of null, it did exist within the original document. And also notice the output this time, I'm getting single line output for each of the documents instead of the pre-print version, because you use the -C option for DQ, which says give me the compact output. So depending on what you want to do with the data, this is useful, squeezing it down so you're not using vertical state, or if it's ordered once, switching back over to Awk, because now you've got columns in the little columns.
Sorry, what did you say was the date?
The date. So the date. So notice the date for SeaGL for the Carispo today's date, but for the talk it should be null because the entry doesn't have that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. So, all right. here I'm going through and again pulling the data, but this I'm getting rid of the extra pieces on it. So we get again just the raw data, the raw values, and I can go through and do them as array. Do them. Excuse me. Here's the example I have where I'm pulling just the key, the values out of it. But then the second example there, I'm using the map function. Because we've got multiple ways, it's Unix, multiple ways of doing things. So I use the map function that says go through and map for each of the records and look for and do this particular task. So, and also, one of the things we use awk for is you've got a call of go through and add them up and find out. So you can do that with awk fairly easy once you know how to do it. I'm looking for lines that have song in them, so I'm getting rid of those 2 lines for the array. And I'm saying to go through and for those the four where the songs are. I've got 21, 12, and 95. One the title. Go ahead and sum those, and then print the sum at the end. For JQ, I can do the same type of thing, but again, I'm using map. I'm saying give the song out of this. I'm saying to go ahead and add all those in. So I'm piping the data from the map command to the add and saying go ahead and put those together. And I also think it's fun to do my commands. And I when I did this, it adds up to 4096 plus, right? And in this example, I'm saying I changed the awk to also give the sufficient the original numbers. So instead of just giving the value at the end, I'm also saying print all the values found. So you can see, we found 2112, we found 1984, and we can find value 4096. I can do the same thing in JSON. In this case, I left the titles in and gave us some title, or not JSON, that's JSON's next slide. So then also this is awk, but now I'm saying also show the titles so that the bands in this case go with those. For doing this in JSON, I'm going to go through and map the sum of the song, and then map the songs and the sum and go to add. The important point is we've got the pipe, and that pipe is going from the map song to add. It is taking JSON is exactly the same. It's taking the standard out from one piece of one stream and feeding it into the standard input of that stream. It's taking output from the map of song and piping that to add, and add looks at the input and takes the values out of the input and does what it does, which in this case is it adds the numbers. But the different part in this slide is there's the map of song before the comma that I've labeled as songs, and what the comma does is comma is T. So comma is saying take that input and add comma to this. Split it amongst each of the items in anything. So the first one that's labeled songs, the full value of what was coming into JQ. Also, the one that's labeled song gets the full value going into JQ. They get the same exact input, and then they do the thing they do on the input. Which starts making things in JQ make a lot more sense once you figure out what they're doing. All right. That's for output. This time I was paying more into the arrays where I'm showing the artist and the song in there, just showing you can grab extra stuff. All right. We can select on other fields. Style. I'm using a regular expression to look for where the SeaGL has rush in it. Doing this with JQ, I'm saying select where the artist equals rush, and then I'm piping that the entire record is coming in. I'm making, but only the record that have artist equals rush, and then I'm grabbing the song out of that. In this case, the one particular record. I can take the information and pipe it to max instead of just add, so I can get maximum value. By the way, I didn't mention add is multiple operators. If you give it strings, it'll concatenate them instead of doing addition on them. So you can do different things with that same function. I can put condition select. Well, in this case, I'm saying where the song is 2048. So I'm getting, in this case, I'm still going to get, in this case, I'm going to get 1984, but I'm not going to get 2112 because 1984 is less than 2048. Then I can also look for unique values within this stream. I can use types of JSON understands types. It's limited what it does, and some of them don't quite match what we might think they are. Go look at the band page and stuff. But in this case, it's giving me the things that are numbers, and then we'll do an edit again. So it's with both awk and JSON, something that's not a number in there, that's going to mess up what we're doing. With awk, if we had quotes on the numbers, strings in reality. So if we had those, that would have messed up awk because we would have had a quote as part of the number, some type thing. And I in this example, I have albums that are numbers and also albums that are strings, songs that are strings. So we can say only give things that are numbers. We can go through and group things. Just in this case, I'm grouping by numbers. I connected it a little bit to make it fit on the slide. But notice we have an open and closed array, so there's an open square bracket and closing square bracket on the 4 lines. But then on the first line, there's a second opening square bracket, and then closing square bracket. And the next line is an opening square bracket that closes at the very end. That can be of the rush songs in a single array. All right. So, running out of time. So if you do an if, then it has control. There's while for each several other pieces. It really wants the then. If you do it without the then, it's going to fail. It wants the then. In this case, I'm saying, okay, if it's a number that where you add 2 to it or multiply 2, the result is 4, then you can got 2, right? Throwing that into JQ, tell us we're not. I was showing that not is the default value, but I can also give it a. In the second example, I'm giving it the first one I just give it a raw number, and the second one I give it a key and value, and I do the selection on the key. All right. We can do catch. So if we do something, if it succeeds, it'll do one thing. If it fails, it'll do the other thing. I can add a default value. So in this case, earlier where date was null because it didn't have an entry for it. In this case, I can put in a today's for it. They're both the same license. The 4th is also today, but if I've gotten that right. But I'm not just doing that add in there. I forgot to mention the slash was the answer to do the default value. It's not special, but not just actually whatever after that. So this is okay. If I don't have a date, show me the conference in the speaker instead. If you don't have any data, show me something that's relevant to what I was searching for. Yeah. Works as an example. And then this is the for each. Going through and saying for each of the values in here, go ahead and give me the key and the value. Then if the values, or if the key has the value of the artist key has the value of rush, then show me the songs. Else, remember, you need the else. If really it's the else, but I can say empty. Don't do anything. So, and I never not until this week when I was working slide. But you just use a pipe. So yeah, you can program this, but it's all really cool to do all that stuff because it already has the capabilities built in. And as a user, I just use pipes. Filters, good. An array that's not just a list. Hold on a second. Timer went why. I want to make sure I go too far. All right. Okay. The array not just a list. I can select the artist. It's not just a list. It's an array. I've mentioned that a couple times. In this case, B just a slice of the array. So instead of giving me all 3 elements, I'm getting just element 1 from each of them. So these are, where do I have the example? Here we go. Oh, I'd show you those. I need to put this in here. So I went and pulled from songs before, and I'm pulling from albums, and each of the albums trees has 2 songs listed. So I can put that as an example. Hopefully, somewhere, probably not. Yeah, right. All right. So in your mind, imagine that you had a key of the band, and then the value is an array of 3 songs. So I'm showing you the second element that from those. I did worry about it. Do all this. Some more. All right. So I can show you different things. So this one's showing us the item number 2, or the second thing. I'll pull the first. Yeah, that was the main one there. And we get resources. Homepage is good. There's a man page. It's fairly long. Some of it doesn't, at least to me yet, doesn't quite, not much, some of it, a lot of it doesn't yet quite make sense to me. The manual has a lot more examples, so I found that many of the examples are doing basic math. And I'm doing basic math, I'm probably not necessarily using JQ, I'm doing other stuff. So I try to go through and do, even though I used a lot of numbers, I try to do other types of manipulations of the. Any questions? Yes.
You might have covered this when I stepped out, but you mentioned trying to add some and what them was null, or you do something and the field is equal to null. With the key for that field just doesn't exist, will it give you an error? Will it just be like it's probably null?
Yeah. If it doesn't exist, it'll just leave it out. But where's my empty? You can type that right here. So I can use the // and says use default value. So in this case, it didn't exist in the records. Added today as the date for the record. Okay. And I could have made that. In general. If I run into things where no, in fact it'll keep on. In fact, if you were doing multiple, let's say I filter conferences, it gives me records again because I've been example of conferences, and I say with a date equal, I give dates. It'll just ignore the one that doesn't have a date that's shown in the output, and it'll just show the one that's got today's date. So if you think about it as rep, or even off where you have multiple fields, if one of them's missing, it's not gonna match. It'll just be out of. So, all right. Any other questions? Yes.
Why didn't you get default again for 1970?
That would have been good. Maybe I'll do that for the next one. For the update. All right. Any other questions? And by the way, if you saw any bugs that I didn't mention or the ones I mentioned, and you want to send me messages to remind me to fix my slides, please do. I'm always open to updating them. I felt there's just a mistake. Anything else? Yes.
There's this great T that you can nice little T you want, so you can have your file on the inside, and you can type your command, and it'll show you the file on the right side. And so when you're duplicated programs, you kind of get a nice live output. So
Okay, JQ.
Because sometimes you just do this like 500 times.
Yeah, okay. So JQP is a two-way text interface. Where you can type your JQ commands on one pane essentially, and you can have your data on the other pane, so you can get live updates to see what your JQ command did. That would be very useful for last-minute slide updates. All right. Anything else? As we brought up earlier, this is the previous two parts done last year, the year before for SeaGL. They're on archive.org or available from the lists from the SeaGL site. So if you're those, let me know. And this is a tool. Finding this really changed what I was able to do for work, where I could take the strongly defined data with values and use my inline tool, or continue using inline on them, and I really had to what I was able to do for my day-to-day stuff for work. So, thank you. So yeah, you're going to pull that within.
Hello everyone, welcome to this session. Today I'll be talking about fortifying your DevOps castle, security considerations and best practices for open source infrastructure. Now, let me tell you a little bit about myself. My name is Faith Covey. I'm a DevOps enthusiast with a passion for making technology work seamlessly. You could call me a bit of a technical writer too. I enjoy simplifying complex topics. I also love open source and I'm a contributor at the Chaos Project. Now, a quick overview of what this talk will be about. I'll give the introduction, then we'll talk about the threat landscape, the importance of continuous monitoring and logging, integrating security practices in the DevOps lifecycle, organization responsibility, and then we would go ahead to conclude. Now, imagine your DevOps infrastructure as a castle, similar to the medieval castles we are familiar with. It's the core of our operations. In this DevOps world, there's need to deliver software faster, respond to market demands, and stay ahead of the competition. And this comes with associated risk. That's where security comes into play. Security should not be seen as a hindrance, but as an essential component in the DevOps lifecycle. We should learn to embrace the culture of DevSecOps, which is integrating security into the DevOps lifecycle, where security is not just an afterthought, but an integral part of the development and deployment processes. Now, let's talk about the threat landscape. The current threat landscape of open source infrastructure is very dynamic, and it's an ever-evolving landscape. It's essential to understand the nature of this landscape for you to secure your DevOps castle effectively. Here are some key points to consider when discussing this ever-evolving threat landscape. Zero-day exploits. Zero-day exploits are vulnerabilities in software or hardware that are unknown to the vendor or the public. Why are they called zero-day? Because there are 0 days of protection once the vulnerability becomes known, which makes it very highly valuable to attackers. Now, as new zero-day exploits are discovered and traded in underground markets, the threat landscape continually evolves and also expands, which is why it is essential to be very vigilant and responsive to emerging zero-day threats. Next, we have the open source vulnerabilities. The open source software is susceptible to vulnerabilities just like any other software. These vulnerabilities can be exploited if not properly managed and updated. Open source software are widely used in the DevOps space, even also in software development. However, this popularity makes it very attractive as targets for cyber criminals. Vulnerabilities in open source packages can be exploited to compromise the systems as a whole, and the discovery of these vulnerabilities is still ongoing. Next, we have the supply chain attacks. Supply chain attacks involves compromising a trusted supplier's products or services to gain unauthorized access, and this can have a cascading effect on the entire supply chain. One of the growing threats in the DevOps ecosystem is this supply chain attacks. These attacks actually involve targeting software supply chain, often by inserting malicious code into trusted packages or libraries. For instance, the SolarWinds breach, which highlighted the risk associated with supply chain vulnerabilities, where malicious actors compromised the software update processes to infiltrate systems. Next, we have ransomware and extortion. Ransomware is a type of malware that encrypts a victim's data and demands a ransom for its release. Extortion can involve threats to expose sensitive data or unless a ransom is paid. Ransomware attacks have become very sophisticated and widespread. The attackers often target critical infrastructure, holding data hostage until a ransom is paid. In some cases, attackers may also threaten to disclose sensitive data, increasing the pressure on victims to comply. This can also mean data that are very essential to your users and data that is not meant to be public. Now, next, we have the advanced persistent threats. The advanced persistent threats are more sophisticated targeted attacks that persistently attempt to infiltrate a specific organization's network over a period of time. Now, these often go undetected for a very long time, which means they are long-term. These threats are typically well-funded and highly organized, making them very challenging to counter. Now, advanced persistent threats may involve other various tactics, which include spear phishing, zero-day exploits, and also lateral movement within the network of your organization. Next, we have the IoT and edge device vulnerabilities. Internet of Things and edge devices such as your smart appliances and your sensors can be vulnerable to cyber attacks if not properly secured. As the Internet of Things and edge computing world continues to expand, so do its security challenges. Vulnerable IoT and edge devices can provide entry points into the larger networks, making it crucial for you to monitor and secure these devices effectively, we have human error and insider threats. Now, human errors such as misconfigurations or accidental data leaks can pose a significant threat to your DevOps castle. Now, insider threats involve malicious actions by employees or even trusted individuals. While external threats are of a concern, internal factors can also contribute to the threat landscape. Human error, unintentional data exposure, and insider threats can also pose significant risk. Malicious insiders with knowledge of an organization's infrastructure can cause extensive damage to your organization. Now, when I mean malicious insiders, this could also go hand in hand with advanced persistent threats which are thoroughly planned, whereby an individual comes into your organization with the sole purpose of introducing threats and also conducting malicious activities in your organization. Lastly, we have regulatory changes. Regulatory changes can impact security requirements, and staying compliant with these changes is very essential to avoid legal issues and also data breaches. Now, the regulatory landscape is continually evolving, with new data protection and privacy regulations emerging globally every day. Non-compliance of these can lead to significant fines and also reputation damage. You should stay abreast as an organization about these changes and also adhere to the regulatory requirements as an integral part of securing your open source infrastructure. Security professionals must continuously adapt and evolve their strategies to counter emerging threats. It is very essential that they maintain the awareness of this ever-evolving threat landscape. Continuous monitoring. And why is it so important in the security aspect of DevOps? Now, continuous monitoring involves actively tracking and analyzing activities within your system in real time. The goal is to detect any anomaly or suspicious activity that could indicate a security breach. This practice actually involves real-time observation of system behavior, network traffic, and also the user actions. Now, the significance of the logs lies in their role in forensics. Now, forensics, this allows you to investigate security incidents and breaches by reviewing historical data and tracking the sequence of events. When a security incident occurs, logs provide a detailed record of what happened, when it happened, and who was involved. This information is very crucial for investigating the incident and also for understanding its impact. Next, we have detection. Real-time monitoring can detect and alert you to suspicious activities or potential security threats as they occur. These logs enable you to detect early the unusual and unauthorized activities within your system. By analyzing the logs, security teams can identify patterns and also behaviors that may indicate a security threat. And this could include multiple failed login attempts or even trials on access to sensitive files. Next, we have compliance. It ensures you meet regulatory and security compliance requirements by maintaining a record of activities and also events. Many regulatory requirements and industry standards mandate the collection and retention of logs. Having comprehensive logs actually helps organizations demonstrate compliance with security and privacy regulations. Now, here are some best practices for setting up effective monitoring and logging system. We have the centralized log collection. Collection of logs from various sources and systems in a centralized location is good for easier analysis. Now, aggregation of these logs from various sources, including servers, applications, and also network devices into a centralized repository simplifies log management and analysis. We also have security information and event management tools, which is abbreviated as SIEM. Utilize SIEM tools to correlate and analyze log data for security incidents. Implementing these SIEM tools to automate log analysis and correlation can help detect security incidents by identifying patterns and anomalies in log data. Next, we have real-time alerts. Setting up real-time alerts helps to notify you of unusual or potential harmful events as they happen. Configure your monitoring systems to generate real-time alerts for suspicious activities. This enables prompt response to potential threats. Next, we have the log retention policy. This defines how long logs should be retained for compliance, security analysis, and also for auditing purposes. Define a log retention policy that specifies how long your logs should be retained. Retaining logs for an appropriate duration of time is essential for both security and also compliance processes. We also have log encryption. Encrypting your log data to protect it from unauthorized data, unauthorized access, or tampering is essential. It is essential to encrypt it both in transit and also at rest to protect it from unauthorized access and tampering. Next, we have regular log reviews. Reviewing your log data regularly helps to identify patterns, anomalies, and also potential security issues. You should establish a process for reviewing your logs and also conducting log analysis. This helps to identify unusual or concerning threats in your system behavior. Now, let's see some examples of continuous monitoring and logging in action. We have the insider threat detection. Monitoring user activity and access patterns can help to identify potential insider threats or unauthorized access. Now, let's give an example. In a financial organization where continuous monitoring and logging reveals that there's an unusual access pattern by an employee who was attempting unauthorized financial transaction, timely intervention prevented a significant security breach. Next, we have malware detection. Continuous monitoring can alert you to the presence of malware and help you take action promptly. An example is in a healthcare facility. Now, continuous monitoring and log analysis detected a malware infection in a healthcare facility's network. The logs revealed the malware's entry points and also its lateral movements, allowing the IT team to isolate the affected systems and remove the threats. Next, we have the data breach investigation. When a data breach occurs, logs can be invaluable for investigating the scope of the breach and understanding how it happened. For this, we're going to give an example in a retail company. Now, in a retail company, logs play a pivotal role in investigating a data breach. They showed the exact sequence of events and also provided evidence of unauthorized access, enabling the organization to respond promptly and also notify affected customers promptly. These continuous monitoring and logging are indispensable tools for maintaining a secure open source infrastructure. They do not only provide insights, but they also serve as an early warning to systems for potential security threats. By implementing these best practices and leveraging tools like SIEM, organizations can also enhance their security posture and respond effectively to incidents when they occur. Integrating security practices in the DevOps lifecycle. Why should we integrate security into the DevOps lifecycle? One, it enables detection of vulnerabilities. By incorporating security from the onset, you can identify and also address vulnerabilities in the design and coding phases. This early detection is more cost-effective and also prevents security issues from propagating through the development process. We also have reduced risks and costs. Integrating security practices minimizes the risk of data breaches and also system compromises. It also reduces the financial burden associated with addressing security incidents after the deployment. We also have ensuring compliance with regulations. Many industries have stringent regulations regarding data security and privacy. Integrating security from the start helps organizations comply with these regulations and also avoid legal and financial consequences. We also have it enhances the product quality. Secure coding practices leads to more robust and higher quality software. This translates to a better user experience and also an increased trust among customers and also stakeholders. Here is how to integrate security into the DevOps lifecycle. One, we have the security training. Ensuring that development teams receive security trainings and awareness programs should be very important. Developers should understand common security risks and how to mitigate them. We also have the security requirements. Define security requirements as part of the project's initial requirements. Consider threat modeling to identify potential security threats and mitigation strategies. Next, we have code reviews. Conducting regular code reviews with a security focus is very important. Developers should review each other's code for security issues. The peer review process helps to catch vulnerabilities before they all become critical. We also have security testing. Now, integrating security testing into the development process is very essential. This includes static analysis, dynamic analysis, and also penetration testing. Automated testing tools can help to identify vulnerabilities and also weaknesses. Next, we have secure coding standards. Implementing secure coding standards and guidelines is very important. These guidelines should cover common vulnerabilities such as injection attacks, authentication flaws, and also cross-site scripting. We also have others such as in adopting DevSecOps practices, where security is part of the continuous integration and continuous deployment pipeline. We also have secure deployment, whereby we ensure that security considerations are maintained during deployment and configuration management. Now, it is also essential that we develop an incident response plan, whereby when these incidents occur, we have procedures in addressing them. We should also be up to date with our patch management and also our regular updates. This is very essential to continuously monitor and update your open source infrastructure. Let's talk about the benefits of integrating security best practices. We have faster time to market. By addressing security issues early, you can reduce the delays caused by addressing security concerns post-deployment. We also have proactive security. Integrating security practices proactively identifies and also mitigates vulnerabilities before they can even be exploited. We have improved collaboration. Cross-functional collaboration between the security, development, and also the operations teams is enhanced, leading to a more holistic approach to security. Next, we have enhanced trust. A secure product enhances trust among customers, partners, and even stakeholders, leading to an improved reputation and also user satisfaction. Integrating security practices into the DevOps lifecycle is an essential strategy for building resilient and also secure software. It's not just about protecting data and systems. It's about delivering better quality software, reducing risk, and also fostering a culture of security awareness within your DevOps environment. Next, we'll talk about the organization responsibility. Security isn't just the sole responsibility of a single department, it's a shared role. Every single person in an organization plays a vital role in the security of the organization. Now, here are some key aspects of organizational responsibilities. They include awareness and accountability. As an organization, you must foster a culture of security awareness among your teams. It starts with promoting a collective understanding of security risk, potential consequences, and also the role each individual plays in maintaining a secure environment. It is also essential to assign clear accountability for security responsibilities. Designate roles and individuals responsible for security measures and also incident response. Next, we have security trainings and education. As an organization, you should invest in security trainings and educations for all team members. The security aspect should not be left for the security team as everyone is fully involved. Next, we have governance and policies. As an organization, you should establish robust governance structures and also policies for team members to adhere to. Well, these policies should outline security requirements and also the expectations to be met. These policies should also address open source infrastructure usage, secure coding practices, and also data handling. Regularly reviewing these policies is very essential to align with the changing security threats and regulatory requirements. Now, next we have the compliance and regulation. Organizations must understand that adhering to relevant security and privacy regulations such as the HIPAA, the GDPR, and also industry-specific standards. Well, this compliance is not just a legal requirement, but also a very fundamental aspect of protecting sensitive data. The necessary controls should be implemented to meet compliance requirements and also regularly audit adherence. Well, organizations should implement the necessary controls and safeguards to meet compliance requirements and also regularly audit adherence. Next, risk assessment and mitigation. As an organization, you should conduct comprehensive risk assessments to identify potential security vulnerabilities in the open source infrastructure. Evaluate its impact and also the likelihood of various threats and vulnerabilities. Implement risk mitigation strategies, including secure coding practices, vulnerability management, and also proactive security measures. And finally, we have incident response training. As an organization, we should prepare for effective incident response. Now, how do we do this? We develop and maintain an incident response plan that outlines the steps to be taken in the event of a security breach or an incident. Now, ensure this plan is regularly tested and also updated. Also, in the organization, define roles and responsibilities within the incident response teams, establish communication channels, and also have procedures in place for post-incident analysis and reporting. Now, we've come to the very end of this session. In conclusion, remember that in this ever-evolving world of DevOps, you should be committed to keeping your infrastructure safe, and this is by following security best practices. Now, congratulations, guardians of the DevOps Castle. Security is your armor, collaboration is your strength, and adaptation is your shield. Thank you for joining this session. Now, these are my social media handles if you'd like to follow me or if you have any questions or you'd love to connect. I'm also in the StreamYard chat if you have any questions for this session. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
often the hardest one, it seems like.
Okay, so this microphone, we don't have a way to connect this laptop to the room sound system, which is why we have this boombox up here for pre-records. And as a... Oh no, something has gone wrong. Not on your end, it's our laptop issue. But what I was about to say is your audio is going to come into this laptop through these microphones right here. That's what's going to hit the live stream, and that's also what's going to be in the recording.
Yeah.
So these two little mics right here. So just if you want to project.
I have a pretty loud voice.
Okay, great.
So hopefully it'll work out.
But
I
you
hope
need
so.
to stay close to the podium if you want your voice.
I know, that's the
to
thing. It's
be
like
captured.
I definitely have times where I'm going to be over here pointing at screen. So I'll just have to try to
Yeah.
stare at the laptop over there while I'm doing that.
Know where your mics are.
Selection.
Yeah.
click that, and then this will be the same thing that's up there, and whatever he's got as his second monitor. And he gets to choose what he sends over HDMI.
Okay.
Then here you can see audio levels for these onboard mics, and stops. So don't stop the stream, but do start the recording.
I see. When he gets going, that's the ticket. Start the recording.
Yep. Yeah, or you can start the recording a little bit after, or a little bit before, rather. If we have a little bit too much recording, that's better than having not enough recording.
You're going to post-process.
Yeah, I'll do the...
Yep. Cool.
And then in this square...
That'll be his laptop.
Will be his laptop, as long as this hasn't been touched too much. If this has been touched too much, like unplug it, touch it a little bit, plug it back in, try this one, try the one over here. It's, we could use some...
Looking at Brian's laptop, which is asleep right now, which is why I don't see anything.
It's not asleep,
It's
just
actually not connected.
Oh, okay.
Do you want me to? Because this is so touchy,
so janky,
I'd love to test again to make sure that just now when we were touching this, we didn't fiddle the cable in the wrong way. Okay. And then it shows up in there, and it shows up on here. That's a little too. I'm going to change this to maybe scene 2.
Oh, that looks way better.
Oh my god!
Yeah, that's wonderful.
Oh my god, can we keep
Oh, that is dope, yeah.
Sure.
Oh, thank you.
Great. And so that's how you'll have it, and then just start the recording like as soon as you switch the scenes.
Right, and this is what's talking to YouTube. Hello, YouTube.
No, they can't. Oh, yes, these two microphones. Yes,
Yep.
so the public stream can hear us talking right now, and they can see his desktop.
Right.
And then once this talk is over, you go back and switch it back.
Not local live, but I
Not
forget
too-
what the default is.
Yep,
It's this
StreamYard,
one's...
you-
your computer.
Right. Or it will be. Yeah.
And then scene Stream. on and then hit F. We're seeing you. Good. Start recording. See if my power cable will reach. That'd be a big fat no. Just risk it. It'll be fine. Yep, I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna risk it. You're good.
Running twice in the last minute on their machine.
We're streaming live, so. Remember this. What's that, Mike? Remember the mics. Hey. Oh, also Brian was mentioning next. Yeah.
Took my COVID test this morning. So I'm negative. That means that if I am positive next week, it's your fault. I'm going to come find you. I'm going to tell you that you should get yourself checked out and maybe get some Paxlovid. All right. We should get started. Get people filter in. They filter in. Yeah. Okay. So. Hi, everybody. My name is Brian. So, this is about the EPUB file format. It is one of my favorite file formats. I love it. And I'm here to tell you why you should love it too. So, why? Well, first of all, it's about books. And books are objectively one of the best things in the world. Right? We all agree on that. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here, right? Yeah, we're done. We can go home. No. The other reason that I think EPUBs are wonderful is that they are a very open file format. They are built upon other open formats. They're very much embedded inside of the open source system. And they are therefore likely to stay there and resist being pulled in and being tried to make proprietary for that reason. And that's great because there are definitely have been attempts to move ebooks over into a more proprietary format. And that would really be a sad thing. And the third and final reason why I think EPUBs are really cool is that, well, there is a bit of a initial learning curve to them, but once you get past that, they are extremely approachable. They kind of remind me a little bit of the web before Web 2.0, when you would look around, you wanted to do something, you just see somebody else that was doing it, you just hit Control-U, pull up the source, and look at it. And EPUBs are kind of like that too. So, let's do that. Let's look a little bit about what actually is inside an EPUB and how they work. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. Every time I went through this slide in practice, I rat-holed until half an hour went by. I could probably do an entire tech talk about this stuff. But the point is just to kind of show you that there is a fair bit of history working all the way up before EPUB really became its own thing. Are you kidding me? Okay, that was not an option then. Is there a power cable that I can steal?
It's got to be here. Oh boy. Okay.
There's an outlet over there on the wall.
Yeah, unfortunately, my cable is really short. Is this a power cable? It is not. Okay. So sorry. This is this computer often does not recognize when the cable is plugged in. We're going to see how this goes. Okay, where was I? Yes. So a lot of this stuff, even though it's no longer really relevant, you will see a lot of these names inside of EPUBs.
a little bit like, fossilized remains. OEBPS was basically EPUB 1.0. When they made the transition, they changed the name because it was backwards incompatible enough to indicate that. The other reason for just showing this is just to show you that EPUB is very young for a file format. And you can see like the current version, and this isn't even the current version. 3.3 was just published in May, and it will the draft version, and it's probably going to become the finalized sometime next year, probably in the next 6 months. So we can talk about why all that is if at the end, maybe if there's time. But we're just going to move on right now. An EPUB at the top level is just a zip file. And you can just use unzip to pop it open and look at it. The EPUB file format, the people who made the file format actually defined a broader container format that any kind of multi-file archive type can adhere to. The idea is with this is that the MIME type contains the MIME type, and it has to be the very first file in the zip file, and has to be uncompressed, which it's unlikely that zip is going to be able to compress a 20 byte file anyway. And then meta info container.xml gives you the location of the top level file. And so a lot of different things could use this and just stick to this format. But this is what EPUB uses, and this is kind of how I think of it. And when you look at the dependencies, this file gives you this, and then this file gives you everything else. And yeah, you can just grab a random EPUB and look at it and see how it's laid out. Oh my god. All right, I need to find some way to get power to myself.
What's the storage type?
What's that?
What's the power port type?
USB 3, I think.
I actually have a little USB-C.
Battery pack. You've got the C-to-C cable.
Oh, I do have a
I
C-to-C
don't
cable.
believe this. Oh my god.
You've got the C-to-C cable as well.
Oh yeah, I've got one too.
Unfortunately, this is just going to be using the exact same thing with this. I don't know if this is the problem.
Here's a tiny cable.
Here's a C-to-C cable if you've got.
I don't think this is... Oh.
Yep, it's on. It's lit.
No.
It was.
Yeah, this is what happens.
That's why. Because we actually need the top.
Oh, do we?
Try that and see if it actually believes that it's powered.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Why is this happening?
Is this a different cable too?
No, it's not the same. It's the same cable.
Yeah.
C-to-C?
Yeah.
Top port. Let's see if,
Nope, this one.
see if that helps, since that's the manufacturer supplied. Well, it says that it's...
I have been trying to get this thing to power up all day long. I don't
think
believe
it's
this.
trying power from it rather than power to it, so that's no fun.
Well, how far of a...
Yes, how far do we need to go for this?
Well, I'm worried that this is actually not.
And then we can plug that and see if that charges.
We're going to spend this entire time watching.
You should be alright.
Oh my god. Now I just...
If it's not one thing, it's another. Right?
Oh my god, I am so sorry, everybody. I apologize.
I'd like to wander in cable as well.
Yes, I would. But I'm so scared to do anything right now.
Yes, that will be.
Okay. Oh my goodness. So I guess... yeah, can you put that in the oven? I'll put this in the computer. Oh, God, I'm so sorry.
All right, you're in the outlet.
Aren't we fun? Isn't this fun, everybody? Oh my God, it is such a community event. Thank you so much for being part of this community.
I swear to God, one of these times I'm going to give a tech talk where I don't have a power problem. Every time for the last 3 years. Okay, where was I? Yes. So yeah, this is kind of how I think of it. So let's actually take a quick look, run through all the things that actually have to be in a neat pub. So the MIME type. This is the MIME type. The 20-byte string is in that file. Since it has to be the first thing in there, it's always at a standard offset, and therefore it makes a good magic number for magic to work. This is the standardized container, and it has a bunch of junk because it's XML. Is anybody here unfamiliar with XML? Cool. So you know. That's just how XML is. The important thing here is this is the root file, and it's located here. And, of course, encoding. EPUBs always use Unicode. Goodbye to Latin 1, Shift-JIS, all that stuff. You can just forget it. It's all. You do have the choice of UTF-8 or UTF-16. I can't imagine why you would use UTF-16. Just use UTF-8. Everything will be fine. But yeah, so this is, and you'll notice that the file paths, of course, are all relative to the top of the zip file in this particular case. In almost every other case, files mentioned inside any of these other files are always relative to that file's location. So you'll see ... to refer to the style from here, etc. So, the content.opf file, or just sometimes called package OPF, it's not important. It just typically ends with OPF for the open publication format. Has 3 major sections that have the metadata, the manifest of the files, and then the spine, which shows how everything is put together. And so let's take a quick look at an actual file. And we can see my print working directory. Yes. Okay. Yes. Yeah. So the OABPS, it's a pretty common that you just put everything inside of a top-level directory, and you don't really have anything except the MIME type file at the top directory. I like that because it makes it easy to organize my make files, these sorts of things. And so it's a nice practice, and I encourage. But nothing stops you from putting things pretty much anywhere except for the container.xml file. So here you've got your typical XML invocation listing all of your namespaces that might be used. Just use them. And then here is a metadata section. And here you have the metadata about the book as an object itself, the book itself. And so there's a few of these that are required. You have to have some kind of unique identifier. There's multiple choices. What most people actually do is they use URN:URL, and then they have the URL to the page where you can download that file, that book from. But there's also ISBN would be for a professional public. Would probably just use the ISBN number. You can also just generate a UUID and just use that, and that's what I've done because this book is actually not available for download. It's a piece of junk. And then this one after gives you the timestamp of when it was actually last modified. So these two things together actually define a single ebook. So you can release the same ebook but with errata and other fixes, and you just update the timestamp, but you leave the ID the same. As opposed to like if you were releasing a revised edition or a second edition or a retrospective that has like an extra forward by somebody talking about its historical significance, then you would actually change the ID, since that is actually a different book. What else? Yes, the creator. In that case, usually just the author. And here we see the meta tag, which is also used in the metadata, that allows you to hang extra attributes off of top-level tags. And so this refines author. It indicates that The file as should be Raider, Brian, so that it gets alphabetized correctly. And my role is CRE, which according to Mark.Relators is the central creator. There's a huge list of possible roles that you can have, including illustrator, creator of the cover, proofreader, etc., etc., etc. None of that is actually required. The only thing that's really required is the identifier with the modified timestamp, the title, and you can have multiple titles here, by the way, and the language. Those are mandatory. You can have a lot of other stuff. There's so much. There are so many different metadata tags, and you are free to use as many as you want. I have used my favorite one here, which is the description, which is where they put the blurb that would normally go in the dust jacket. And that's nice, because you can, there's most e-readers will give you a nice way of, looking at the description, if you don't recognize the book from looking at the cover. And then, speaking of the cover is a special thing, and that gives you, this is actually the ID. You'll notice that all these things have IDs. And the IDs aren't mandatory in the metadata section, but if something has to refer to something else inside this file, then it needs to have an ID to refer to it. In this case, this is an ID that appears in the manifest. And in the manifest is where every other file has to be named here. You give the path to the file from the current directory, so you don't see OEBPS in these file names. And the media type gives you the MIME type, so it knows what they are. And then a few of these things have to have properties attached to them. Most importantly, this indicates that this JPEG is actually the cover image that's going to be displayed when you see it as an icon in whatever library UI that your favorite ebook reader uses. And then we have the table of contents files. There are two of them, and this one needs to have the property of nav for, obviously, navigation. The other one does not have a property. Instead, it is identified by its media type, which is this bizarre line here, which is digital talking book navigation control XML file. Then we have the spine. And just like with a regular book, when you sew your signatures together, it's very important that your signatures are in order. The spine lists all of the top level files, the files that are not included by other files. And typically those are what will be your major sections of your book. It's pretty common just to have each chapter be in a separate file, along with your forewords, afterwards, copyright pages, etc. All those things. This is how it knows what order to put everything in. There's also the table of contents files that I mentioned, which is not exact. This also talks about the order, but this is for the human being going through the book rather than the e-reader trying to actually generate it. As I mentioned, there are two different table of contents files. This is unfortunate because they are largely redundant, but one of them is for EPUB version 2, and the other one is for EPUB version 3. And there are old readers out there that don't understand EPUB 3, so you usually pretty much have to, create both of them if you want your book to be friendly to those folks. But let's look at this one first. It's simpler to understand. It's simply like a web page. It just has some special requirements. Is that inside the body there has to be a nav section. Inside that nav section there has to be one top level list object. It can be ordered or unordered. And that allows you to do a little bit of, some e-book readers, when they show the table of contents, will allow, will have different kinds of styling, and you can use this to kind of control how it appears to the user. Not every ebook reader allows that. Some of them just get this information and ignore the styling in there. But every ebook has to have a table of contents, which I actually kind of like. It's not in fashion for books to actually name their chapters when it's fiction, and publishers don't put a table of contents in if the chapters don't have names, and it just drives me crazy sometimes. So I like the fact that so the table of contents does not appear as part of the book in an e-reader. It typically appears as a separate UI element that you go to, and that's why it is required to be there. After the nav section, then we have this is optional. There's a landmark section where you kind of like give like the biggest sections, like for people who are just trying to dive in. Typically, chapter 1 is considered to be the beginning of the book, and you might have like the copyright as being one, or if you have like an appendix that might appear down here. This is just like some standard things, especially for people with that are using this like in reading impaired, like somebody using an audiobook. It helps them to have like standard navigation points. Then we'll take a quick look at the NCX file, which has the same information but in a much more complicated format because it's XML. So we have the connection. We have to repeat our user ID, and then this is the other required in the head. We have to have the depth. The depth says at what level of nesting, because you can have like sections and subsections and then subsections, or you can have acts and then the acts can have chapters. And so you are allowed to like have nested lists, but you have to tell the thing ahead of time how deep the nesting is. Since this is a small book, I just don't have nesting. And then the play order lets it know exactly what order everything goes in, and you give it text and then the actual URL. So I say, like, this is largely redundant with the other information in there, and there are some scripts people have that allow them to generate one from the other automatically. But if you're just doing it by hand, it really isn't that hard to just quickly do them, especially if your editor supports some nice macros that simplify that. And then after that, we can stop talking about all this metadata, because what's left is the actual files that contain the real data. XHTML is the standard file format for these things. Is anybody here unfamiliar with XHTML as opposed to HTML? Excellent. Okay. I had a slide all prepared about that. But yeah. So XHTML is pretty much HTML, but with a few restrictions on the things that you can do. We don't need to spend a lot of time on that, since everybody is familiar with that. And then, even more so than modern things, ebooks really want you to use semantic HTML. You keep things really clean inside the actual text, and all of the things that make it pretty should be in your CSS file. So we'll take a quick look in here. Yep. Oh yes. So all I do is just mark paragraphs. My chapters just has an H2, and then over here, everything is just like defines how it looks, how it's laid out, all the things that make it pretty. A few classes for some special things on the title page, which have some special formatting needs that don't appear anywhere else. One of the questions that people often have is, what subset of CSS is guaranteed to be supported? Because CSS is even more so than EPUBs, is very much in flux right now. It's constantly being added. And that is a really good question. As of EPUB 3, all of CSS is supposed to be supported. But of course, with things constantly being added, it's hard to say for sure. Some ebook readers support all the new Flexbox stuff, but if you buy like an old Kindle off of eBay, I don't think there's a good chance it's not. So even if you do use that stuff, you still have to consider how you're going to be able to degrade gracefully. And unfortunately, there are not a lot of good, hard, fast rules that you can just follow and be sure. The older something is in CSS, it's probably going to be supported. It's kind of shocking how much of CSS is supported by most e-readers, but it does require a little bit of. And this is another place where looking at other people's e-books is strongly encouraged because other people have encountered this and they've dealt with it. You look at something, you have something you want to do, look at somebody else's ebook, crack it open, see how they do it. They've probably had to make sure it's portable, and you can follow that. How are we doing on time here?
16 minutes.
16 minutes. Yeah. So I'll just quickly show off. Here's this is like the makefile I use all the time for ebooks. It's so simple. All I do is just change the name of the target. I just use everything out of this directory, and it all just works fine. When I use the recursive flag on the zip file, get everything in there. And spoiler, right? Tools. Most important tool at all. There is a linter. It is very standard. It's very thorough. It's easy to use. It's all in Java, but get that set up and always check your ebooks before you share them with the outside world. I check almost every time I build just because it's always easier to know sooner rather than later. EPUB check is awesome because it also allows you to check individual files for special files that are specific to ebooks. So you can even do that before you have to build the thing. So it's a really nice tool. Let's see. How much time did you say I had?
16 minutes.
Is that 16 minutes till the next...
Actually, now it's 13 minutes.
Till the next talk starts, or until...
Until your 10-minute question and answer session.
Okay. We're doing good. Okay. So yeah, let me just quickly... So here is my sample ebook. You can see I've got everything in there, and I have a makefile stuck in the top level directory where it's not going to get picked up accidentally. And... it works. Now, let us... I'm pretty sure this is going to make my ebook run faster. So you get a nice error message. Let me bring that up higher. Nice error message. Tells you exactly where it's located. The EPUB check checks does like a lot of basic checks on the HTML itself, but it also like checks all the interconnected parts that are specific to ebooks. It's pretty thorough, and it's really nice. And we are lucky to have such a widely and well supported tool. Beyond that, so making your own ebook can be a little time consuming to doing it all by hand. If you want a quick start, especially if you're working on something that's rather large, you can take a few shortcuts that help you get there. One of them that I've used is provided by Project Gutenberg. Is anybody here unfamiliar with Project Gutenberg? Cool. Oh, they are a very awesome website that supplies ebooks of books that are currently in the public domain and are freely available. They are created by volunteers. They currently have about 70,000 books. They've been going for a very long time. They actually date themselves back. Anybody have any guesses when they date themselves back to? 1971. The person who started it had access to his university's timeshare. He tapped in the Declaration of Independence in all caps. His mainframe didn't support lowercase, and decided that this is what he wanted to do with his life. He then, 18 years later, he had 10 ebooks, which sounds really slow, but to be fair to him, book number 10 was the King James Bible, both Old and New Testament, so pretty impressive. But yeah, they've been growing since then. All their stuff is just on the website, and you can download it all. They use HTML files as their source of truth, but they like to make ebooks available for people who prefer to use ebooks. So they have a program that takes an HTML file and does its best to turn it into a valid ebook. with a little bit of care of how you use the HTML markup, it works okay. I mean, the things aren't pretty, but they're okay. They use pip-env for some reason. I don't know why. I'd never heard of pip-env before this point. I assume it's just pip and v wired together, but there might be some other magic going on as well. But here you can see just an example of using it by starting with the HTML file, and it can output several different formats as well. So you can use that, and if the output is good enough for you, you can just leave it that way. If you don't like the output, you can use that as your starting point and improve it from there. ebook maker has to kind of guess where it should break things up. It doesn't always guess well. So I actually also wanted to quickly recommend another tool set. This one comes from a group called Standard eBooks. So the Standard eBooks folks, they actually take books out of Project Gutenberg and then they clean it up. They really pay attention to the typography and make it clean. They have a house style guide that they're very fanatical about, as most like a professional publisher would be. And then they release all this stuff, so it's all nice. The thing about Project Gutenberg, of course, is that everybody does their HTMLizing of the books they read a little bit differently, and so there's strange inconsistencies. And so Standard eBooks tries to get around that. They have just under 900 books, I think, at this point in time. Hard to get. I've done volunteer work for both. I've donated books to Project Gutenberg, and I also work on Standard eBooks sometimes. Up until I started working on this tech talk, I was currently doing a proofreading of Leaves of Grass. Oh boy, that is a very long book. I now know why nobody else had done it before me. Jeez. But I'm about 75% done, and I hope to get that finished as soon as SeaGL is over. But anyway, so they have a set of tools also based on Python. They use pipx. Never heard of pipx before. But their tool set is very thorough. And the nice thing about this is that because it's in a whole bunch of different pieces, you can run a little bit at a time and then jump in there and fix things up and change it. They have an even more thorough linter that will check all kinds of stuff about the typography as well. Unfortunately, if your idea of good typography doesn't match theirs, and it's going to complain about stuff. But they do have a way to selectively turn off linter error messages with the top level file. So it is kind of a pain, but they have a nice getting started guide on their website, and the ebooks they produce are quite pretty. And so I wanted to throw that out there. And again, you can also use that, and once you're done and built that, then you can take that off and go somewhere else and then adjust it to make it look the way you want to as well. So there's a lot of options out there, and there's a lot of different ways to make ebooks, and I strongly encourage you all to go now make some ebooks and make them available for download so that I can read them. Any questions out there? Do people have questions they would like to I'll throw up in the next 5 minutes or so?
Do you have recommendations for ebook readers, both apps and devices?
Yeah, I knew that you were going to ask me that, and that's a really good question. So, Calibre is a very popular ebook reader that is available for Linux. I myself don't really use it. Calibre, like a lot of ebook readers, they sort of follow the iTunes model, where you kind of have to import everything and they manage your library, which I kind of don't like, especially when I'm working on ebooks and iterating. I don't want to have to add half-finished ebooks to my library, but a lot of people seem to like it, so I throw it out there. FB Reader does not refer to Facebook; it means favorite books. They are also very popular for mobile or Fedora. Don't use them if you are on a Debian-based distro, because it depends on a version of Qt that Debian doesn't currently make available. They have a version available, but it supports only a tiny subset of CSS, and your books will look terrible on that. One I like to use is called KO Reader for when I'm doing just testing of my own ebooks.
This one is designed for e-ink readers, but they do make it available for the Linux desktop. And I like it because it has a very clean, simple sort of UI. It is kind of annoying that they do have sort of an interface that expects that you're using a touchscreen. And so it takes a little bit of getting used to. But I like the fact that there's not a lot of color in there. It makes, like, when I'm reading an ebook, I actually kind of like that. So, but there are a lot of ebook readers out there. And there's a lot of recommendations, so I was just looking around.
I was just going to say, that works. It works super great if you get like a Kobo, because I think that's originally...
Yeah.
So
right.
on the device itself, that works. I would never use the default.
Yes.
Like, Co-Reader is faster, has all these like customizability, and it's open source. So
Yes, it is. Yeah. And Linux desktop. Yeah.
Did you have a device that you recommended for like?
Oh, I've never owned my own device. Kobo has some pluses and negatives, but they're the closest to being open source friendly that I know of. There are some other e-ink things that do kind of peripherally support EPUBs. One of the annoying things about Kobo is that they actually contain 2 renderers inside the engine. And so if you're using a Kobo-specific ebook, it uses the really nice renderer. And if you're using a standard EPUB, it uses kind of the really badly supported renderer. So it can be kind of annoying. But as a result, a lot of these tools will actually put out a regular EPUB or a Kobo-specific EPUB because it's so important to actually support their BS. But yeah, I actually just mostly just use this and just use a random reader on that because this mostly works for my use case. Yeah. Any other questions?
Can you show off what a standard ebook looks like?
No, because I'm currently in airplane mode. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Are there a lot of limitations with regard to fonts and typography?
Oh yeah. I didn't include this because I was afraid I'd run out of time. But yeah, you can include fonts in your EPUB, and then you can use the web font syntax in CSS to define those fonts and use them in CSS. I can actually, I think, pull up a quick example. I think, where am I currently located? Oh, maybe I don't have it here. Oh. God, I hate this keyboard. This is not my computer. I had a laptop failure just a couple weeks ago, so I borrowed my son's computer. I don't normally decorate my laptops with pictures of beholders. I do support the other ones, though. They're awesome. But yeah, so here's an example of an EPUB, and I've included Baskerville. Baskerville is an open source font that mimics Baskerville, which is kind of close to the kind of font that was very popular in the time that when the public domain, the books that are currently in the public domain were being published. So I like it because it looks like an old-fashioned. And so if we look at the CSS, so you have this @font face that allows you to define Baskerville as a new font family for this thing, and then what's the URL is actually just the path. And then you can define here's Baskerville normal, here's a bold, here's italic, and here's bold and italic because those are typically 4 different files. And then for the body, I just say Baskerville, and it uses the right thing in all locations for all systems. So putting this in, tripled the size of my EPUB because fonts are big. But EPUBs are so small compared to music albums. Most EPUBs are about 1 megabyte in size. So maybe it's probably not something that you really care about. Oh yeah.
If I had a text manuscript, and for example, something like tech, is it an easy conversion to get it over to?
Oh, from tech?
From tech.
Ooh, that's a good. Now, unfortunately, the MathML stuff only got added to EPUB with EPUB 3. I don't know of any good tools that will do that stuff automatically. Yeah, HTML is the best I have.
You mentioned Pandoc. You can go back and forth.
Yeah, but if you're starting with text, I don't know.
I believe it can.
Oh, yeah?
From text source.
Oh, okay. Very cool. Very cool. So, yeah, check out Pandoc. All right. Thank you all for coming.
As far as like, what's your? Do you have a source format? Like for your? Do you have one unified?
Oh yeah. I was just going to end the scene and stop the recording.
Yeah, yeah. So you're going for text.
Right. Change the scene. I mean.
I'm trying.
Usually, I'm going from H to.
To test, great, that's there, and then we.
Okay.
Now these two microphones right here are what's going to the internet. These two are what's being recorded.
Like
not
on
this.
the laptop?
Yep, these two built-in. We don't have good mics. So
should I kind of be close in front of this one?
Yeah,
I could do
yeah,
that.
and try to project as much as you can. Then start recording.
Can I take off my mask while
Yeah,
I'm
for sure.
speaking?
Yep, absolutely. Yep. So that's allowed in the official rulebook.
Okay.
And then make sure you hit start recording.
Okay.
Great.
Okay, local live, start recording.
Yep, so I'm going to put you back.
Which one was that under?
Scene collection, local live,
Okay.
Start recording. Okay.
is.
And there it
Okay.
is. All right, and then you also start recording. Yep. And it's these microphones, and you're good to go.
I know.
Beautiful.
And I wrote a note, and they were like, I don't know.
All right,
this
so what we
wasn't
see
a
on here should
satisfactory
be-
answer. It did not fix my problem.
Oh,
Did the
man.
It's
System
up
76
there.
have management engine disabled?
Yeah, because I put in the System 76 firmware.
So it looks like that should be your slide.
Okay, we're going?
I think so.
Okay. Testing, 1, 2, 3. I don't know. Is somebody online can verify that they can hear me there? Because I'm not going to check chat or anything like that. Is anybody here to relay questions?
I'll
It
do
does
that.
seem like the microphone could be pointed more
You know,
at your face.
it's the laptop, they said. So,
Oh,
but I
okay.
am going to go like this because they said I could. Welcome. My name's Adam. Oh, thanks very much for checking. Thank you for coming. This is called Steadfast Self-Hosting, Rapid Rise Personal Cloud. That's the same title as a book I'm going to release soon. There's your legal details for this talk itself. If you want a copy of these slides, I think I got to just email them to you. I'll post them in the chat room. So self-hosting is running your own servers and services, and I don't know if we need to split that. We'll see where we're at together, like if we're going to split that hair or if it's just servers. Good. Running your own server is good enough. Why would you do it? Let me just kind of seed the conversation. It's going to be more of a conversation than a lecture, but I'll start out by just it's fun. You can learn. Home lab is another name for the kind of computers you'd have at home that are always on and doing something useful for you and hopefully a group of other people you care about. Other people self-host for privacy reasons. Personally, I do the fun and learning. I am a privacy wonk, I guess, and then autonomy is really important to me, and especially during the pandemic, my kids are stuck at home and they're getting, like sometimes class would be like a link to a YouTube video, and so I was kind of sketched out about that, and so how could I help them consume and produce media and technology thoughtfully, and self-hosting helps a lot with that. Ad blocking, removing distractions. So autonomy gives you the power to control what you do with your own data. Speed was an issue too. Well, okay, honestly, not for me. We got a nice, easy internet connection. It works fine, but that can be an issue if you want local data and maybe you're off the grid or something like that. But focus. The last two that I thought is in terms of why you do it. Can I just why you do it would be attention and sovereignty. And fancy word, we'll get more into that later, but attention is the biggest thing for me. I like to focus, and I just want to see what I'm seeing and not unexpected things popping up. It's very jarring for me. Maybe maybe I'm neurospicy, I don't know. But I'm really rigorous about making a distraction-free workplace and trying to focus on the work I'm working on to get deep in it, to start flowing and all that. And I have a lot of trouble doing it with software where the software is like trying to help me too much or getting in my way of producing. So successes and failures. I was just curious if you have like a 30-second. This is an experiment, but if you have like a 15 or 30-second success you'd like to share or a failure, just cue it up in your head and then raise your hand if it's like, okay, I think this is worth sharing for the whole group. You know, it's like, oh, I tried standing up XYZ and this is what happened. And one of mine, I think it was, I forget if we were just dating, but my wife and I were together, and we had a server up and it got hacked because we opened it up and then there was no protection, and suddenly the server is like doing weird things and it puts up a weird page with some I don't know where it came from, but I was like, that's not us. Okay, it's hacked for sure. And it's a good experience, especially that felt like a safe flat tire that we could recover from. But it's going to happen, so just keep that in mind, you know, like the failures are true. And then my success I would share is just like during the pandemic, we did need some stuff. I really wanted some stuff running from home, and my family put up with me doing it, and it's still running. Knock wood. Okay, so does that make sense? So queue up if you have one, raise your hand. If not, we got plenty of stuff to talk about. Yes, Deb.
So we have an Ubuntu machine in our house that we get stuff from the library, handbrake it, and then we watch it on VLC when we want to, and then we don't have to hoard everything from the library while we get around to watching it. It's just on our machine.
So Deb has a local Ubuntu server running that she can cache media nearby. It's right there. You don't have to wait for it to stream from Overdrive or whatever, the Libby and whatever's now. Okay. Yeah, another one?
I got a Proxmox VM on a little server rack that I have inside of my room. And I use that to be able to do all sorts of things. I got an own cloud setting up on there.
Yeah.
I also have another own thing, an own track, so I can track my location privately. And it works really well, especially being able to just set up an LXC container.
Nice. Okay, so this gentleman has a Proxmox server running and can spin up own cloud and other services pretty easily. Cool. I'm going to call this. I'll put that in the success category. Sounds like okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I've got Open Media Vault running on
Open Media Vault
on my local network, so that all the members of my household have one central location when they want to watch things, and everybody can watch different things on different computers.
Okay, Open Media Vault running in a Raspberry Pi locally. All the people in the house can use it pretty easily. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
This one's a failure. I tried running a household Minecraft server on a Raspberry Pi. It lagged horribly, and my Ethernet cables were running through the heating ducts, and I gave up.
Okay, thank you. So failure hosting Minecraft server, and it lagged. It wasn't powerful enough to actually run Minecraft server. Okay, thanks. This is great. That worked. Okay. So this is a question. It's a little bit selfish because I want to know if people are going to read the book I spent a year just my blood, sweat, and tears writing. How do you learn? And maybe throw out a few things, and I need to repeat them into the mic. But how do you learn a new technique, a language, whatever it is? Yes. You can just shout them out. You got it like one or two words.
Something I want to do.
You got to distill it to yeah. So you find the motivation, and then you just learn it.
Then I learn how to do it.
That's a great point. That maybe it's not so much about the medium it comes from, but the motivation. Okay, I love that. Yeah.
I find it best to just pick a project you want to do, and then try something in something you're not as familiar with, and then screw it up like 8 times.
Back to motivation.
If you learn how to do it, then that's kind of like the best way to do it.
Okay, another vote for motivation. Yeah, Dan.
I always appreciate seeing what folks who have gone before, like what they've tried, especially if they're expert. Like I'm like, oh, I want to be there, and to see like what their process was to maybe eliminate a couple of wrong turns.
Examples, running demos, lesson learned. You want to learn from other people's mistakes. Yeah, in the way back. That's you. Yeah.
I like learning by understanding the theory behind something. So for me, it's not just about getting something functional, but understanding why it functions.
Okay. It's the theory below what you're learning that matters. That makes it stick for you.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah.
I like when things break and fail, because then I have to figure out how the heck I'm supposed to fix it. By that time, I knee deep in documentation, and I'm motivated to do it, and I've learned so much about it.
Embracing the failures is part of learning. Yeah, for sure.
My motivation for finally getting on the Pi-hole was watching my son play a video game that was a children's video game, and seeing the explicit commercials.
Okay. So it's kind of a negative motivator. I'm going to fix that.
Yeah.
Did you fix it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, the negative motivator is
right?
Watching your son see ads, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, one more. That's it.
I forgot the question. When you learn how to debug something before or as problems come up, rather than encountering problems and then you're very confused and sad because you don't know how to fix the problems.
Oh, so having the tools, building tools ahead of time, when something breaks, you're ready to. You have tools to fix it. Okay, this is awesome. This is hilarious. You guys are right. You're doing this talk for me. I was wondering, what are the mediums? Is it do you actually read tech books? I don't know. People read them. Okay, cool. Videos, streaming videos. Yeah. Okay. Podcasts. Much, a little bit, not as much. Okay. Friend, call a friend. Yeah, that's me. Big thanks to Rob for helping me get my server set up. Okay, I'm going to just keep calling you out, I think. Okay. So I think one really important process, and y'all reminded me of this when you're just it's about the motivation or the theory behind it or the tools I have. There's a lot more to just soaking in information. It's why are you doing it? So I think a big part of that would be to set a goal for yourself. This is just a suggestion, but set a goal I'm going to run. Okay, fine, the stupid AI thing. I'll run my own LLM and see what it does. fine. Maybe I'll go paperless. So I'll go de-Google. Hopefully your goals aren't as cavalier as mine, but these were important things to me to be able to have that, again, that autonomy. I want to dig into something but be able to focus and have the control. Maybe I'm a control freak too. I'm not sure. But it is quite joyful to get it running. So anyway, and my advice is just keep that goal in mind. Pick it. You're going to do something. Don't make it just for yourself. I think that's really important. If you declare it and you get support from the people around you you're doing this for, it's just orders of magnitude more meaningful, I think. Ignore the haters. They're all out there. You go to get help in a chat room, and somebody will just pop up right away. So be ready for that. Put your hater armor on. Phone a friend. Help them navigate that mess. It's especially anyway, I don't have the tools to advise people on that. Just be aware that it can be a pretty toxic environment. And on the other hand, you can get amazing information from these just public resources, chat rooms, stuff like that. It seems a little less toxic on moderated communities, like say Stack Exchange, Overflow, even Reddit. I found to be okay. The self-hosted subreddit. Anybody nods or yes, no? Okay. I'm getting some nods for. Yeah, okay, you can get some information from Reddit. Anyway, I think set that goal. Don't stress about perfection. Celebrate progress along the way. And every home lab is incomplete. So I do the incomplete things, but don't stress about there's always incomplete things. Okay, I didn't de-Google. I still use our email. I mean, it's fine. You get there if you want to, if it matters. And once you do a few experiments, if you do find meaning from it, keep churning. And if you don't, then maybe change direction. So nice. Thank you. Ooh, this is like a speed run, man. It's great. Okay, sovereignty. Does this make sense? Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to belabor it then because I want to get to other stuff. But I think it's important to have a matter of independence in. Honestly, it comes down to your thinking, the way you deal with the world. It's good to have some control and independence. And data sovereignty is something I talk about in the book a lot. Just to say hey, it's very concrete and practical. It's not just about I need to be the most private I absolutely can. It's about a matter of original thought and control over your ideas. And for me, it comes from just the notes I take, often in text and markdown, and share them with family, and then share more broadly as applicable. Kind of glossed over that, but I'll come back to it. It's my rack. Once again, thanks, Rob, for advice. I am responsible for. You can blame me for the carpentry. Not common that you use wood for computer racks, but I love it. Every time I walk past this thing in the garage, I look up there and okay, still running. All right, pure joy. My family still puts up with it. It is coming soon. Hang tight. It's in editing and all that stuff. Who would read it? You have to raise your hand. Thank you. I appreciate honesty. I promise it'll be these things, and it'll demonstrate those things. So it'll be straightforward. I do have strong opinions because I'm trying to help you fast forward into running something at home. And there's a bazillion ways to do it. No stress. There's no wrong ways, but for sure phone a friend because there isn't yet a thing you just flip on at home. That's free software. There are some paid ones, but I don't trust them, and I've tried some of them and I didn't like them. But don't let me yuck your yum because they can work. So yeah, that's another hard decision you should make up front. Is do I want to get into this? Do I care enough about it? Is it for more of the reasons, more of the people than just me or whatever? And then make a call. But Jellyfin is a streaming music app, and when people were walking in, I was streaming some music from home that I recorded, and it's I know that I'll have those playlists forever, and my kids will too, and I'll just give them the music, the stuff that matches the royalties or whatever, or the licenses and all that, of course. But I don't want there to be a horror story someday of oh yeah, I just actually couldn't download it out of iTunes and this and that, and I don't want to bother with that. I really want to own it. I want to see where it is and know what's going on. Wallabag is a nice little bookmarking app. You can read articles that way. It cleans up, gets rid of distractions again for articles, and I have thousands in there. Just every time I read an article, I try and cache it in there so I can just read the text. And there's long lists of things you can self-host. There's no end to it. And so the harder part is drilling down to like, well, what should I self-host? And that's, again, what I'm trying to cover in the book is just like zero into the things that matter. My daughter made this cover. So, yay. Thank you, my daughter. That's how she asked me to credit her, my daughter. Okay. Sorry, back to the cover. My daughter made this cover. Okay, sorry. Anyway, this is basically the stack I set up. This is pretty much, I just copied Rob's setup pretty much, so thanks again, man. And I don't know, any questions stack-wise? It's pretty straightforward. So I hate to get this far down in the nitty-gritty, but I think it's necessary, and I think it's really helpful, and I specifically chose, okay, if I'm going to talk about file systems, I'm going to just pick one. It's going to be close enough. There's patent issues, so, heads up. ZFS is not totally unencumbered, but I tried to go for free as possible, mature as possible. Those are the two things, really. Like, can I run them free and mature? I like things that have companies behind them. So if I need to pay support or I end up spinning those into a work project, I can do that too. This is basically the layout of the book, and it's getting a little tight, so I'm going to speed run this a little bit. But this is what I'll cover in the book. There are quite a few services, and I cover about 10, I think. Just yesterday, I learned about like signing a document. It's the silliest thing. You put a PDF in a website, and then you paste in your signature. You like type it in, and then it makes it look like it's written. That's an actual real thing. Like, these are legal documents, and you need to do this, especially if you buy a house or all this stupid stuff you have to do. So there's now multiple free ones. You can host at home. They're AGPL licensed. And both of them look pretty sweet. And I don't know which is. I'm like, I guess I'll try both those and then recommend it to people. I don't have time to put it in my book, and this is so it's a daily thing. And the issue with a book is that time moves on. So we'll see how it goes, but I'm hopeful. Anyway, I can't get into tech details in 4 minutes, but I do want to just pause on the small group hosting aspect and just really underline that I think as I get into middle age, I'm feeling like the second half of my life is for others. The first half of life, I was like trying to build up my own nest egg and figure out who I was, but that's done. Now it's for everybody else, including you guys right here. I mean, I'm not getting paid to do this talk, and I'm not getting paid by any of these companies that back these projects, but it's important. I think it should be for a small group. Self-hosting is cute, but I think self is thinking too small. Okay, I will come back to this, but first I want to show you this picture in case we run out of time. This guy just like he flew in and he settled on the server, and he or she didn't want to go.
It's so warm.
It's so cute. It wouldn't leave. I was just like, wow, just stay there.
It stands for International Bird Machines.
Idea, yes. We thought my sister asked for hosting Twitter. Yeah. Any other? Okay. Who self-hosts something right now? At home, specifically, I'm curious. Okay, cloud. Come on. So something running in the cloud. Okay. Something running at home. Higher. Okay. This is really good exercise. As you age, not a lot of people have strength at their extremities, so keep doing it. Think about these questions. What are you doing? Who's it for? And I'm just harping on it's for the other folks. This is the URL to the book. And I think we're tight, but questions? Anyone? Okay. Well, I'll get the music going again, and we have a few minutes. You look like you got a question.
Do you have experience or opinionation about entities like Host or other things that they're trying to bundle?
Great
together?
question. So do I have opinions on self-hosting solutions, I'll call them, especially the free software ones. Honestly, I don't evaluate the proprietary ones, Synology, whatever those are. There's a ton of them. But the free ones, there's Host, DocStarter, anyone help me out? There's so many of them. I found like 10 the other day that seemed viable. Casa OS, HomeLab OS. Anyway, these look interesting, and some of them use even the same techniques in Stack that Rob and I use. And so I think, and honestly, hundreds of thousands of others. I mean, it's very common to see Docker Compose and Traffic and the technologies we picked. But I think some of these are viable. I don't know yet. We'll see. I mention them in the book, and I talk a little bit about them. Yeah, real quick.
What do you prefer about how to make this stuff that you most at home available to you?
Ooh, big topic. Open ports is the easiest way, but I talk a bit about that in the book of different ways to do it. Opening a port and letting people hit your server is the most convenient, and it's dangerous. Yeah.
Do you go for single sign-on or LDAP?
I just started looking at that 2 weeks ago. It's a little tricky. I started with Authentic, and it's complex.
It is.
Yep. I want to get it running, though. I will.
Yeah.
I see most of your services are hosted through Docker. Do you have anything to do with Docker-based distros? I'm most familiar with Rancher, but there's some distros that do that are just running the Docker.
Question is about Docker-based distros and my opinions on them. I've used CoreOS, and it was quite nice. I think it's evolved to something else now. I'm not sure.
Rancher?
Yeah, no, Rancher is separate than CoreOS, I believe. Anyway, I think that's an interesting approach. I didn't want to be totally limited to Docker, but now I find myself only using Docker containers. So, I don't know. Yeah. Okay, thank you again, everyone. Better clear the floor. Thank you. I'm going to hit stop recording.
Yes.
Okay. Woo. Thank you.
And we will.
Hello. I think I'm live. If I am, I hope I am. And I hope that you can hear me. My name is Colin Foster, and this is my talk about adding feedback to an exercise bike using Linux. A journey of kind of overkill. So, introduction. My name is Colin Foster. I'm a senior embedded software engineer, a Linux enthusiast, and two of the more common themes in this entire talk is that I'm curious and I'm also frugal. So this entire project could have been completely avoided if I had just spent money, but I didn't want to do that. So it led me to this whole project, which is the basis of this talk. So the problem statement, the year 2020 came around and everything in the world was canceled, including in-person spin classes. That didn't really affect me, but it did affect my wife. I was, had a community of friends that was doing that every single week. So once everything was kind of canceled, there was a high demand for all this exercise equipment, and supply was non-existent. Supply and demand led to costs being extremely high for the fancy, exercise bikes and treadmills and all that with all the bells and whistles. So opportunity ended up knocking, and we got a deal on a used bike through some wheelings and dealings, but it didn't have all these, speed feedbacks and resistance and uploading to the internet and all that fun stuff. And then as a general hobbyist, you just kind of acquire all these inexpensive Linux PCs, Raspberry Pis, BeagleBones, Arduinos, which aren't Linux, but you just sort of acquire these little bells and whistles that either just end up collecting dust or become opportunities to do projects. And so I wanted to kind of take this project idea and use it as an opportunity to kind of dive into the Linux kernel and learn a little bit more about it. And it's a rare opportunity where a project that I want to embark on is actually a project that my wife wants me to work on as well. So I had to jump on this opportunity. So the goal was to take an existing exercise bike that we had, and basically the only thing I really wanted to do was offer feedback on how quickly they're pedaling, how many RPMs and things like that. Those are the typical things you get from an on-screen display on these fancy exercise bikes. So just basically measure the speed, display it to the user. I didn't want to try to attach wires or do anything that's going to require me to fix it in 6 months or whatever, something that could fall off, because I'm sure my interest in the hobby would be gone. And then possible enhancements, I could maybe measure resistance. I could maybe do workout tracking and things like that, give calories burned or something. And so this is the bike. And I'm looking at the bike, and the first thing that I see is this big red and silver wheel that's going to be spinning around. And it dawns on me that, I don't want to necessarily try to add a spoke or anything that hits a connector or anything like that. So I'm wondering, maybe there's a way to measure, if it's red and if it's silver as the thing is the wheel spinning around, and use that as sort of if it's red, it's a 0, if it's silver, it's a 1, and use that as an input, basically. And so, yeah, the red and silver spokes are on the wheel. Maybe red is less reflective than the silver. I could measure these red and silver transitions and just basically count them. How often are they happening, or when was the last time it went from red to silver, and just basically calculate the speed at that point. So as it turns out, there's reflectivity sensors all over the place. It's almost actually kind of daunting how many of these exist. They're really inexpensive, a couple bucks. There's one on SparkFun. You can find a ton of them. And this could be something, I could, in theory, just kind of hang on the side of the bike. Hopefully it wouldn't be too sensitive to alignment, and give me some sort of a solid, like, is it red or is it silver reflectivity measurement. And it's not something that is prone to like falling off. If there was, if I tried to do something mechanical, that might eventually break and again need me to service it, and that's not something I wanted to do. So I ended up getting these reflectivity sensors, and they worked great on paper, quite literally. So I could take basically the sensor and hook it up to a voltage source and run it over, white paper and black ink, and see pretty much a transition from a high reflectivity to a low reflectivity, and that would work great. Red sticker versus a silver wheel, not so much. I could keep going down this path probably for weeks, months, researching all these sensors and figuring out, okay, what maybe a specific wavelength of light needs to be emitted in order for it to get better results. Probably a lot of things that could be done. But I just kind of get the feeling that this wasn't going to work, and I was going to sink way more time into it than I cared to, even when we were all quarantined and sitting at home doing nothing. So I kind of realized there's a cheat code in all of this. So, like I said, the manufacturer, I could have just bought the whole system outright, but that was several $100s. But the manufacturer sells this product, and I realized, well, what if they sell spare parts? Now I don't need to buy the expensive bike computer portion, but I could just buy the sensor, and maybe they already come available to be installed on the bike. So maybe it's a cheat code, but hey, it worked. And I can just kind of connect that into Linux in some way, shape, or form. And that's exactly what I did. So the way that the actual bike worked is there's a reed switch, it's called, which is just basically two leads, and you bring them next to a magnetic field, and it will basically bring these two leads together. And that would only work if there's a magnet that's actually installed in the wheel. Turns out that there is a magnet installed in the wheel, so there was no modification that I had to make at all. It just uses the wheel itself. And basically every time the wheel goes around, it completes the circuit. I can basically count how many times has the circuit been completed, which if you think about it, it's kind of the same thing. Completing the circuit is the same thing as a push button. So just count how many times the button has been pushed and use that to calculate RPMs. So to count the ticks, pretty much all these boards, I used a BeagleBone. You can use a Raspberry Pi. I actually have a Raspberry Pi right here. So all of these pins on a Raspberry Pi, for the most part, can just be used as general purpose input outputs. And they all have extra features and things like that. And so what I was able to do is basically take one pin and say, hey, this is an input, and I'm going to dedicate this to my GPIO tachometer, I called it. And basically, when that circuit is complete, just kind of count how many times has that circuit been completed over the last 3 seconds. So that whole kind of module became this GPIO tachometer module, and it's available on GitHub. Don't use that as a that's not on my resume. It's not the best code, but you can use it if you want. More on GPIOs. So there are these tutorials, which was basically kind of the all of the information anybody could want on how to do all this. Derek Malloy, he's a professor in Dublin, but he wrote a bunch of things. He's got a book on programming with the BeagleBone as well. I haven't read it, but if it's half as good as his posts on GPIO programming, then it's a must buy. The posts are old; they're 10 years old at this point, but they're all still very relevant. And this was the best source of just concrete examples of how to basically go through this low-level manipulation of the board, create GPIOs, count them. He's got wiring diagrams as well. Just really a good source. And it also kind of led to a second cheat code on doing some of this programming. So if you're writing code for the Linux kernel, and you make a mistake, it's bad. And best case scenario is you can kind of boot and figure it out. Worst case scenario is it's going to just completely crash the kernel, and there's not really much you can do at that point besides completely reflashing everything. So I knew that I was going to be writing this kernel code. I don't want to crash the kernel, or I'm going to crash the kernel, but I don't want to. So what you can do is you can basically always boot the same known good kernel, and then as you're developing these additional modules, you can just sort of inject your changes to the kernel by way of a kernel module, and see, hey, did I get it right? Did I have a pointer error? Did I do something that's going to crash the kernel? If so, I can just reboot and then try again with my kernel module. But if it runs, then great. I did something right. More often than not, it crashes because you're just kind of learning. And this is also, again, in Derek Malloy's posts. He's got all sorts of, here's how you compile kernel modules, here's how to install them. It's really a cheat code that you should be using if you ever want to do anything like this. So for the display, again, just sort of things that I had lying around. Probably 15 years ago, I bought this 16:2 LCD display that I had a proof of concept done on an Arduino way back when, and it was just sort of sitting there gathering dust. So I figured I could repurpose it. In a similar way, I found a kernel module just available online. Again, it's old, but it still works. And just use the exact same process. Just compile the kernel module, load it in at boot. If it works, great. If it doesn't, figure out why. But that was basically, that kind of closed the loop on the entire system. I could measure speed, and then I could literally write a program that says, hey, what's the speed? Write the program to this driver, and the driver will just display the last thing. It'll display the speed. So I wanted to get a step further and get some resistance measurements as well. So I kind of re-invoked the cheat code of buying the spare parts, but this was maybe a little bit more intricate. It wasn't just a simple, open or closed measurement like the GPIO tachometer was. It's instead, a SPI device. I had to open up the actual product, look up the data sheet, and figure out, hey, it's it's an industrial tilt sensor. The reason for that is if you're taking metal through a magnetic field, and I'm sorry, this is physics class from 20 years ago, so I might be a little bit incorrect, but bringing metal through a magnetic field is going to cause resistance. So what they do is they just drop permanent magnets around this bike, so there's no contact being measured, and you can basically tie the measurement of angle to basically what the resistance might be. So that's basically, yeah, the angle sensor is controlled via SPI, and there's a great video by Matt Porter. He's a consultant with the company Consulco, grokking the Linux SPI subsystem. Fantastic, all the information you need to get started, and you can from there basically use SPIDev to do these simple transactions to say, hey, what's the angle? What's the angle? What's the angle? And with that, you basically have the entire system. The application, as I kind of alluded to, it's really simple. All it does is it reads the speed from this GPIO tachometer module. It'll read this tilt angle from the SPI using SPIDev, and then it'll just write to the screen, hey, this is the speed, this is the resistance, and then it just sleeps for 1 second and repeats. Really simple program with a lot of the more complicated code being done inside the kernel itself. Things like debouncing and stuff just comes for free once you set up interrupts on the GPIO tachometer module. I wanted to do some future tasks, but I ran out of motivation. Doing something as I kind of got better with all this stuff, creating some sort of full system image using build group or something similar would have been really useful. Overkill, but good tools to learn in this type of scenario. Instead, what I did was just sort of take the kernel that was working, which is a really old version, and create these modules and compile them in and load them. Other things like measuring complete workouts, calories burned, miles ridden or something like that could be really useful. Logging workouts as well, trends, was this workout more intense than your last one, things like that. And then there's also there's online sort of services that you can use, and Zwift is one of them that I think seemed like it might have worked. So you can kind of hook up any sort of bike or any sort of resistance measurement to these online services and kind of ride along with them and have that measure your workouts. And I'm not sure if it would really work, but it was something that I wanted to look into. The other thing that could have been possible would be to try to correlate all these measurements with the actual bike and what they would have reported. And that's pretty much it. I don't have any pictures because I'm kind of embarrassed about the mechanics of how it turned out. It's not very photogenic, but it's functional, which is the important part. And I think I'm pretty much at the end of time. And I don't know if I have the ability to see questions. Either nobody's talking or I just can't see comments. So hopefully there aren't any questions, or if there are, I apologize, I cannot see them. So anyway, that's my presentation. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so
I'm not using. I'm going to use a computer, but it's just for
Okay.
my notes. This is the computer.
great. Please plug into that, and then give me the one that you're plugged into right now.
Okay.
Thank you very much. All right, great. You are back up there, and you are ready to go.
Okay, you got 95% power.
These little microphones right here are your microphones.
Which ones?
These two little on-board ones. Yes.
On this computer?
On this computer. We can't hook into this.
Well, can we just move it this way at all?
Yes, we can move it that way a bit. And not break anything. Is this all right to dangle this here? Or are you going to use this as a thoroughfare?
Sit over here then, Rowan. And why don't you come? We're going to sit. We're going to sit over here. I think it'll be okay because we're not going to say too much. We're just going to keep our heads low.
Does your presentation have audio?
Just us.
Okay, great.
It would be nice if it did have audio on his laptop.
Okay,
Actually.
yeah, I can make that happen.
Yes, if we can make that happen, that'd be great.
Yep.
Like this?
No, don't.
Okay.
I can make it happen.
We would like it to happen.
Yep. Want an input capture. Good.
I see what you're doing.
Yep. And then that is that. All right,
Okay,
so
Rowan, you
now
want to sit or stand?
we are now capturing your laptop audio.
Wait,
as well.
Rowan, don't do any of that stuff. We're going to ignore that history for now. Rowan, well, I'll do this for now. Oh, darn. I thought we would have had the thing. Okay, so you wrote this. I don't know what to say. And then you wrote this. S.
Bluetooth.
No.
That's
Okay.
huge.
That's a little too big. Okay. So how do you whoops?
Okay,
this?
there you go.
How do you, what is the thing to do? Control
Alt.
shift? There we go.
Alt shift.
SeaGL.
Dad, it's Alt shift.
Oh, control shift works too. Either one.
Hello, SeaGL.
Oh no, why didn't I get that?
Okay, so I can check something about the audio in this case.
Okay.
Sound. Output device.
Oh.
HDMI. Output. That's what you want.
Yes. Yep. If you
Okay, I did it. Try it again.
Hello, SeaGL.
Yep, that's coming through on the live stream.
Boom!
Wonderful.
Look at that, Rowan.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, so you start in 4 minutes.
Okay.
No, you start in 24 minutes. You have loads of
24
lead time.
minutes.
Yep.
on computers.
Yep. Welcome, everyone. I hope that everybody can hear us and everything else. And this is our first in-person presentation since the first one that I've done since on this topic anyway, in person, and first one at all for Rowan in person. Although we gave an initial presentation at LibrePlanet virtually back in March. And so, Rowan, you've been learning a bit about free software, and we're just going to talk to everybody about what you can and understand how we got to that and different thoughts we have about kids understanding software and freedom. So welcome.
Welcome.
You want to hit enter? Oh, that didn't work. What happened? It's a single quote. So we need to do that thing where we go like that. Maybe that does it. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to start by talking about some general things, and Rowan's going to interrupt whenever he wants to and has anything to say, because he has lots to say. But Rowan's got his own computer here, and at some point I was considering how the heck to introduce him to this crazy world of technology. And part of it was I want him to understand the context of what he's doing with this and where the computer stuff comes from, and not just be amazed at the spectacle of it all. So we talked about the idea of computers and society and software and things, and I wanted that to be the foundation for, as we're going along, we're making sense of where does this stuff come from. And ideally, he could have an experience with software freedom by actually doing software stuff, and then even comparing or sharing software with other kids, because if you don't have the experience of actually doing it, it's just some idea of something, but it's too vague if you don't have a conscious experience of it. Now, of course, screens are very addictive and tempting, and they suck you in, so even from an early age, I was hesitant to have him even looking at videos or something. I will tell them a very quick anecdote. I know it's maybe a little embarrassing at your age now, but when you were very little, we would play audio sometimes, like we were looking at our bird guide and then looking up bird sounds, because that's a neat thing to do. And eventually, he was looking at things and said, how about a tapir sound? I couldn't find anyone that wasn't a video on YouTube showing a tapir, and he glanced over and saw the screen, and then we had weeks and weeks of, I want tapir sounds because it was a video and you get to see a thing, and of course it was only the 10-second video, and tapirs are crazy, by the way. They sound something like, they make a crazy high-pitched squeak. But we went through into, okay, we're seeing screens now. We're trying to use them consciously and be aware of all of this stuff. So my thought was, if he understands how computers work right from the beginning, and that there's code and stuff that goes into people making this, instead of it being a flashy, super engaging thing, it's like, I don't want to tell my kid, you don't get to help with cooking in the kitchen, you have to go play with your plastic toy kitchen in your room. That doesn't feel real. Same thing, I don't want to just give him a bunch of junk food and then he's not going to be interested in the healthy vegetables at dinner or something. So we need to experience being in the garden and growing things and actually eating healthy vegetables, and then you get used to that. So we started off with the terminal. So Rowan, tell him what you know about the terminal.
So, the terminal is a place in the computer where you can type things, and you can use different programs. And first one that you might start off with might be cat, because you can type anything.
Yeah, it doesn't really do anything, right?
Yeah, it doesn't do anything.
So that's a way that you can just let a kid start typing on a computer. That's kind of boring. Except, actually, when you've never done anything, just I pushed a thing and then the thing showed up on the screen. That's kind of neat. And so sometimes you just have to let the pace be not too rushed.
You can start using programs like Calcit, like as you see up there.
Yeah. What else can you do with Calcit?
And once you're done with
just
when
having
it's
it say
playing
things?
close like this, you can do something like this.
Is it in your history there? Oh, you're going to change it. I see. And you're going to do an argument, like an option, right? Dash something?
I'll go with G because
Okay, that's funny. Okay, go ahead. What's G for?
G stands for greedy. So.
So the cow has changes the eyes. And then you can do things like, we noticed that you could load different cow files, right? So you can actually have, what is the command for that? I'm learning along with you, and I was trying to remember, how does this work? So what can I tell him about what you can do with these things?
This is amazing.
So what we're going to do is, it was like a -F and then a file name, right? So -F, and then you can do tab completion and see all the different files. Oh, that's a little different, but you had, it was, we're in the wrong, there we go. So that was the file you made. So we opened up Nano. There we go. And then, oh, I'm in the wrong directory. So I think you needed to go to your, what was it? Oh, there's all these things here. I thought you had it under your, did something get changed on your computer? Could be. No, that's different. We'll get to that later. So, where is... Something might have changed on his computer for some reason as we were playing things around. I thought we had it in here. Maybe it's under Documents. So, seeing how we get to different things. No, that's not it. Well, what we were doing was we opened up Nano, and then you can use it to just make graphics and things, because we can do stuff, and then you can make ASCII stuff, which we're not going to work on doing right now.
And you can also make a little character.
So he made a character in ASCII in Nano, and then you can load it, and then it uses that instead of the cow. And if we had tested that in advance, we could show you that. That was fun. But the cow say has these files, and they're like these things, so whatever, Fox or something, right? So we do Fox, and then you can say stuff like whatever you're going to write. And then it's a fox. You see? Right? Okay, so then the next thing we were learning was eSpeak, because that's fun. What would you do with that?
So what you do is you have to put quotes.
You have to put quotes for it to do more than one word. Yeah, we learned about that because you tried typing the same, like a long string, and it didn't work. It only said the first word. So we learned you need quotes. What's it going to say?
Whatever we want it to say.
Well, because we're doing this quickly, I'll help you with this. What was it? This.
Whatever we wanted to say.
And we go, oh, that was too fast. So you do the -S, and you can make it slower, right?
Whatever we wanted to say.
Or you could do what you like to do, which was the crazy thing. If you make it too fast. And you learn that you can push up to go to previous commands. And there's a pitch one, too. So you could go with...
Whatever we wanted to say.
Oops.
Whatever we wanted to say.
Oh, we're changing things, and we're running commands now, and we're understanding something about how the computer system works. So we had fun with that for a while, and
whatever we wanted to say.
be surprised a little bit how much it's interesting to see what the results were. I remember the one that you got really into, and you'll see it only goes to 99. It doesn't seem to be changing. That's just how it goes. But let me see if I can figure out if you had... let me see if I can do it this way. Well, what is that? That's not a that's a crazy thing. Oh, we had the cow speak. Okay, cow speak. So we did this sort of crazy thing of cow speak could be a function. Gosh, we got all the way to if you do cow say and cow speak together, and then you could have it do something. And then it did the cow and the e-speak did it at the same time. It talked and gave the cow. Now the cow is saying things and you hear it. So we can do a lot of stuff just by screwing around with the terminal.
Was a silly. What you just heard was a silly one that I was playing around with when I was a younger kid.
Yeah. That is funny. And then we ended up with using the compose key and seeing what happened with that. And so for a while he thought it was the hilarious, most funny thing in the world to just, it said something about trademark and copyright registered to two woos or something, right? Because you could see what it says with all those crazy characters. Yeah. So then we were saying, well, there's ways to combine stuff like we just saw in that function. And so can you show them the cow math program? So try nano. Space, right? And then start typing cow. You can do tab completion, that'll work. And then tab completion again. Or hit C and then tab. There you go. So we're going to show them the file. Enter it. Enter. We made a file. And then let's explain to them how it works. Why don't you start from the top?
So, house speak is what you just heard a few seconds ago. And it's where it mixes cow say. It's where it shows the cow and also says the words at the same time.
Yeah, and so the $sign is for what?
It evaluates.
Oh yeah, so we learned that when we were playing with basic calculator. That's BC. You can just do calculations. But then if you wanted to have cow say, or cow say do something with some math, then you'd need to actually have it evaluate the math. You have to use the $sign to say, don't just show me 5 plus 5, show me the evaluation of 5 plus 5, meaning show 10. So then you have variables. So X is the evaluation. What's that random mean?
Random means that it's a random number. And that little sign right there with the two circles and slash means that this is the highest. This is the any number under this number. So it can be up. It can be up to 20, and it can be 20, but it can't be up. It can't be 21.
Yeah, good. Rowan, speak up just a little louder. Make sure everybody can hear you. Okay, so then cow say, the next line you have.
What, and it says what is evaluate X, what you see X right there, and evaluate Y, and so it's X plus Y, and those are the two parts.
Yeah.
The total.
And then eSpeak is going to do it also.
Yes.
We probably could have done it with CowSpeak. Interestingly, the reason that this is 2 lines is because when we first were doing this, he had it say something slightly different when he was just experimenting with it, and so it didn't actually work for some reason. And then one of them was that he wanted one of these other things to be in Spanish originally, and so we had to figure out how to change the voice. So there's a dash V, I think, and then it's ES for Español.
Yes.
But then today he decided that's too confusing to mix the English and Spanish, and so he was fixing it to make it a little simpler and less crazy. And so we ended up slowly figuring this out, and now we want to run it? So we'll exit and try, let's run it. So you do bash of the same thing, whoops. bash cow math, right? And then
What is 1 plus 2?
there it goes.
That would be.
You did it.
3, you did it. And the program's over. Try again. What happens if you get it wrong?
What is 40 plus 0? You're wrong. Do it again.
Can I tell them what you wrote originally? Or you don't want me to?
Please don't.
Okay, okay.
That was a bad word.
It wasn't bad. It was.
Yeah.
He wanted to quote a thing from a movie that was funny, and anyway, I can't control what he. So he doesn't always do the things that I tell him what to do. I'm sort of giving him the idea, and then the vision that I have, which we're still just figuring out because I feel like I'm making everything up from nothing because I couldn't find anybody else to give me any guidance on this stuff. I know there's all these other people who tend to teach kids programming, and they do it with visual programming languages. And I have a bias about this. This is not fair because I am not an expert on visual programming languages. I've actually never been a programmer, so I don't really know. And they tell me it's great, and the kids love it, and they probably do. But to me, it feels a little bit like the toy kitchen thing again, where it's like you can do a few limited things with this, and if you don't put the blocks together the right way, they just won't work. And you're messing with something that's supposed to be blocks, but it's on a screen, and so you're sort of like, it's this weird distortion between you and block. I would rather him play with blocks and like sticks in the woods and be outside, and so I don't want things to be on a computer if it'd be better not on a computer. So one of the most popular free software things for kids is G-Comprise, which is this set of kids' games on the computer. And most of them seem like just kind of a worse way to learn something that you could learn if you were off of a computer. Like, there's an abacus, but it'd be better to give him a real abacus and he can move beads around, and instead of having the computer, sort of, you're kind of pushing on the screen. And that just doesn't feel good, but you can't do anything like this on this is computer stuff. Now you're actually doing a computer for what computers do. But we were just testing things, so I will still try a visual programming language with him and see how he does with that. But I feel like if you get the visual, graphical stuff, it becomes a distraction, and then it's just different when he could make all sorts of weird mistakes and try stuff and things blow up. So one of the things he actually tried first, early on, was we were doing Kausei, and he said something like, oops, or whatever, and he went like that. What's going to happen? Does anybody know? Which is, you would say it, right?
No.
You would think it would just work. What did it do? Why did it do that?
It's called Bam Bam.
Bang Bang, yes.
And it means, and it tells the computer to repeat.
Yeah, repeat the last command, which was to run their cow math program. So it put that into this. And then you realized that if you did Kausei bang bang, and then you did Kausei bang bang again, it would say Kausei Kausei Kausei.
What is 20 plus 15?
So it would make a loop. And I didn't teach him that. He just sort of figures out because we're figuring out what the error was each time. Now, of course, we actually try just exploring software freedom and different free software, and so we ended up trying Super TuxCart, and then he got really into that, and then recently somebody said, actually when we first presented at LibrePlanet, somebody said, have you tried Mindtest? And I was like, no, I've never tried that, but okay, whatever, if I'm telling people what free software to try for kids, maybe that's one of the things, so we tried it, and now
16 plus 10?
It took having to do this presentation to kind of push him into, we should go back and look at your program again, because he was focused on, I made dye with the different flowers in Mindtest, and I can do the thing into something. And
I also used flowers. Now I'm even more advanced. Ethan helped me.
Yeah, we talked to people here who knew something about Mindtest more than I did.
And it gave me all the tools I wanted. It gave me diamonds and diamond axes, diamond pickaxes.
So my concern is, this sounds just about the same as if he was playing Minecraft. What's the difference to him? I don't know. Maybe Minecraft has some proprietary nastiness that I don't know about, because I've never played it either. But if he's just playing a fancy game on a computer, what's the difference if it's free software or not? I don't know. Does he know? Who knows? But he understands the idea of free software because we've talked about it, and we read books like this one, which I highly recommend to everybody. This is by Matthias Kirchner, the head of the Free Software Foundation Europe, and it's called Ada and Zangeman, and it's probably even for adults, the most accessible possible way to say it matters who has power to control the technology in the world, because it tells a story of a girl who didn't have maybe all the access to the fancy schmancy gizmos that some of the other kids had, but figured out how to hack on things a little bit. And when the person who controlled the technology and decided they didn't like something the kids were doing, she was able to help them figure out how to do things a certain way. It's a kind of it's got a bit of poetic justice, which we talk about, which is that it ends up with saying you can protest and get the people to understand the injustice, and the government will come around and tell that nasty corporation that we want free software to run our society, and yay for everybody working together. And that's a great story, very inspiring. But if it's also free culture, and someday, if I get around to it, or if some other artists want to help me do this, we can take the story and make our own adaptations, like my more cynical version, where at the end of the story, the big corporate leader who's controlling everything offers young Ada $1 million to come work at his company, and he'd already hired all of her friends, and she could move out of the poor place she lives in if she'll just play along with his games and whatever else and give up on her free software ideals. And that's the end of the story, and then you have to ponder what she's going to do. That would be my version. So we talk about things like even reading a book. Maybe we can change the words and screw with stuff because that's what we can do. And that's what freedom is about. It's about being able to understand and make sense of what you're doing instead of just taking it as is. So I hope, Rowan, that you could show your CalMath program to some friends of yours and then get them to figure out what they might do. We could add subtraction, or we could have it give different types of responses each time you get something wrong, or manage certain errors that show up. And then maybe if there were a bunch of kids who all did this type of thing, they could look at each other's programs and share them and exchange, and then they'd experience the idea of software freedom and collaboration in a way that you don't experience if you're just playing the game that is within the rules of the game, and that's how it is. Right? Does that make sense?
Of course.
How's it been to you to talk about software freedom with your friends or at school? What do you think about that?
Well, it's very hard. As you would expect, because most kids are playing proprietary software games nowadays.
So what happens?
I've just been trying to convince them, but they've just been trying to convince me back.
Because they want you to play Roblox or whatever?
But now I found a way to for them to stop doing that. I have a friend who says he will give me anything if I could help him find 3 emeralds in Minecraft. So I might as well do that, and then I will ask him to play Mind Test and games on the terminal and stuff like that, so that he gets used to free software, and then we will be able to convince more people and kids.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. We'll see how that goes. So we're learning about the challenges about all this, and just understanding what's free and what's proprietary matters. So we were reading
came up with it yesterday.
Yeah, you're just thinking about these.
And
come on over here a little bit so they can hear you.
And
we'll see how it goes, because you haven't tried that yet.
I haven't tried it, so.
But so far, a lot of your friends talk about proprietary software.
He just told me when I was on the bus on the way home on last Thursday, so.
Well, I do see that there's all systemic. So he plays Super Tux Kart, and then he learned all these characters about things. And at some point, Ada from this book should be added to Super Tux Kart. But we went to the Blender talk yesterday, and then he was like, "That logo, that's the logo in Susan's car on the." Is it Susan?
Yes.
That's the one for the logo for Blender. That's in one of the characters in Super Tux Kart. And then there's what's the one that goes with Krita?
Oh,
Kiki. Okay, so Kiki is in SuperTux Cart, and that's about Krita, and we tried using Krita a little bit, and we were reading Pepper and Carrot from David Revoy, and then the ideal would be we could get the actual files and open them up in Krita and see that we can adapt them in our own ways. So it's not just something you read. We can play with stuff. That's the core important idea. So I should mention there's some things that I've just been working through all this, trying to make sense of it myself. We collected the best we could of whatever we've come up with, and I put it in a Git repository, which there's a link to in the description of this talk. But I should put it here somewhere. It's, let me see, this one, Bloomberg. I'll do it this way. So it's actually, at codebird.org/flowconscience/flowkids. So, well, it went on 2 lines, but I'll make it simpler by getting rid of the checkout part. Anyway, so, well, that didn't work. Still didn't do it. Get rid of the HTTPS. It's probably still going to, oh, there we go. Haha. Well, anyway, if you go to this website, there's a collection of, here's the full terminal, like instructional things that does not say, absolutely do this, and this is exactly the code that gets you the CalMath program, but more like, here's things you can screw with in the terminal, and eventually you could put them together and make a CalMath program, and why don't you make your own and see how you do it? And I think that he also has put up his in his own Git repository now, and we have also a list of kid-appropriate notes about using computers, such as, after doing a bunch of reviewing of things, this program that you see this little thing in the top here, I'll switch the mode back to normal. This is called WorkRave. You should all be using something like this. It's wonderful. So that thing way up in the corner is now counting down because we're moving, and you've got a 5-minute thing before it tells him to take a break and look away from the computer. And so our rule is, when the break shows up, don't be looking at the screen. Do the look 20 feet in the distance at least, look out the window, go get some exercise, get a drink. And so there's this free software program, WorkRave, has 3 modes. There's a micro break and a rest break and a daily limit. And of course, it is not possible to make the computer in such a way that is totally impossible for somebody who knows about computers to not, bypass the thing. So at some point he figures out that he can do Alt-Tab and do the something or other. And actually, this is a weirdness because in X11 or whatever, it works better. But there's no way in Wayland to make the thing so that the thing pops up on the screen, but still gives you enough control to pause the game you're in the middle of or something. So there's a whole bunch of questions about that. But and I have some notes there. But I have to build trust with him. I have to actually have him understand why it feels better. So Rowan, how does it feel having been at a software conference and I turned off WorkRave for a little bit while we... Wait a moment, just a moment. I have a question for you. How do you feel having been looking at screens a lot more than usual this week? How does that feel to you? Oops.
Rowan set lab intervals.
Haha. Rowan, how do you feel having spent so much more time on the screen this weekend?
Not very good.
Not very good? See, he was complaining about it. Oh, too much screens. Oh. So yeah, we have to understand that taking breaks actually matters, using computers responsibly. This is sort of being conscious about how we do these things and building trust, because I'm not going to be in a world where in the future, if I can just use some tech to control what he's going to do, I have to build an understanding that he understands for his own sake. Anyway, I have tons more notes that we didn't get to and things I could say, but I'd like to open this up to questions and discussion. Thank you, everybody, for being part of the free software movement that even helps this thing exist and has conferences and everything else. It's meaningful to have a community of people that can support being responsible and thoughtful and pro-social about how we deal with technology. So thanks for having us.
Workrate.
That's the name of the program, Workrate. All right. I'm not sure how much time we have. I know it's the last session anyway, so we have tons of stuff we could talk about. Questions?
I have a question for Ron. How much of the exploration and work that you've been doing has been on your own versus how much of it has been with someone, an adult nearby, helping you when things get frustrating or you don't know how to proceed?
Well,
Just a moment. Repeat the question so that especially people online hear it. Okay? Do you want me to repeat the question?
That's fine.
Well, wait just a moment. He just... Okay, I'll
Well, it depends on what program you mean. In Mind Test, which is you can Mind Test and Super Tux Code are good for after you do a lot of work with the terminal. And I've done a lot of exploration and stuff on my own Mind Test, but most of the time in the terminal, I've done it with a parent. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Well, for giving just the question was about how much independent time versus supervised time, basically. And I would put it, just to be clear, that once we did some terminal stuff and I showed him what to do, I let him sort of screw around with things for the most part. So I gave him as much time as it felt like before he was going to go, what am I going to do with something else? Or, Dad, what did it do? It did something funny. I don't know what this means. And then sometimes sat down with him, but I'm busy. And, yeah, it worked out that when I then disappeared, he tended to go back to the Super Tux cart and not the terminal when he was on his own.
And that's the symbol of Mind Test.
Yep.
Right there.
So, what other questions, or what other topics would you guys like to know about, or what other thoughts do people have about? You can also teach us. I've been figuring this out on my own because I couldn't find somebody else who gave a guide to how to introduce computers to kids with a software freedom first perspective. If you know of somebody else who's already put together that type of a guide and we can mix ideas, that'd be great. I can talk about what types of things I've been figuring out, but I would actually love to hear from other people's thoughts about, like, if you were going to teach kids and you wanted them to understand software freedom from the beginning and through the process, what else would you do?
I basically never let him know there was another option.
But he's going to go out in the world and be at school, and the kids are going to...
At some point they do, but...
His soccer team, which has nothing to do with software, was like, the coach said, "Oh, kids, what sort of thing do you want to be for the name of the team or something?" And one of the kids was like, "Roblox!" And then Rowan was like, "No!" And then they had a big argument about it, and we spent the soccer season having him being like, "The team is not named Roblox," while everybody else was being like, "Go Roblox!" But, this
Roblox, Dad.
Well, this is just what's in the world. I mean, we can't block them from knowing what exists.
Oh yeah, I was really bad.
SL?
What was that? SL. Rowan.
Oh yeah.
What do you know about SL? Yeah.
SL makes there be a train.
Because that's if you mistype LS when you're trying to learn about files. You have to install it, but oops, I typed SL.
There's a question from the chat.
Okay.
It wants to know, how does Rowan discuss being health conscious and computer responsible with friends for things like using Workrate finally?
Oh, Rowan, do you know about how your friends are like with computers? Do you have any thoughts about how your friends are with how much time they spend on computers?
Well, pretty bad.
You mean the other kids do a lot of computer stuff?
Yes.
Well, what do you know about that? Do you talk about it with them at all?
Well, they might be able to sense in my expression when I'm with them, but yeah. I've noticed they do lots more computer time than I.
Do you think they do a lot more computer time? But it's mostly video games?
Yeah.
Well, it depends from friend to friend, maybe. It's an interesting, complex question. I don't think he's fully discussed it with friends. I think how to discuss things when you're in first or second grade with the other kids. My experience, which, again, I only get what I get from Rowan, is he comes home from school and says something like, well, a couple of weeks ago, tell me if I'm remembering this wrong, Rowan, but what I remember him telling me is something like, those advertisers out there are so tricky and they try to convince people about stuff and get them to play their proprietary software or to drink unhealthy soft drinks or whatever else, and I'm never going to be tricked by those advertisements, but it's too late for the other kids. They're all lost cause because they're all been tricked by the proprietary...
They argue with me and say, like, no. And one time Ezekiel said that you just don't like ads, and that's not...
That the problem with ads is just that it's just because your dad doesn't like them. And you were like, no, they're really tricky, you don't understand.
And he's just like, and he said it another way, and they never stop.
And he won't believe you that the ads are so problematic or such a problem. It can be hard to figure out what do you say to people to get them to not just be defensive about something. If you tell them Roblox is stupid, proprietary software is evil, don't play it, you're not really going to get them to listen to you and say, oh, I didn't know that, thank you. But you could maybe say something about, well, in Mind Test, everybody can just play this together and there's no extra things you have to buy or restrictions on the whatever. I don't really know about this. I've never played Roblox, but I know something about it in that, like, he went to a birthday party where all of the themes of the everything and all the plates were Roblox stuff, and so Roblox made a whole bunch of garbage that was, went in the trash that day on his random birthday party with Roblox balloons or whatever it was. And I saw Roblox $25 gift cards at the checkout at Walgreens. So somehow kids are really controlling what people do and what they put their money towards and who gets rich doing technology or something. I don't know what people are learning with Roblox. I'm sure it could be worse.
Roblox is, it's kind of like Steam where you can build your own games and put them up.
Yeah, I think it's got Lewis script there.
So you get a lot of people. But it's amazing with the kids. My kid we switched schools for first grade, and he came home the first day after in first grade, and he was an expert on Pokemon, had memorized most of the cards, most of the stats. He'd never heard the word before.
Totally.
I was like, how did you do that?
But then there's the context that's missing is like, why is it that everybody's focusing on Pokemon or Roblox, and what does that do in the world versus the alternative? So yeah.
Yes, thank you very much for the talk. I find it very interesting that, in a very young age, you got to learn about free software, right? I'm also thinking when I come to this conference and also go to different free software conference, we often see similar faces. Yeah, now it's really good that we have one young member in the conference, but we also need more members like this, right?
Yeah.
But he is in a very good position because he has you as the father who really introduced free software to him. But not everyone, like all the kids out there, are not like this, right? So the number is really small. So now, of course, like you can make an effort, like to change the mindset of one person. But how can we scale up this whole thing?
Yeah.
Right? So I was thinking, like in the education system, so people put all kinds of things in the curricula. So like, I'm just talking about my coming from Vietnam development country, right? In order to get something, in order to put something in the curricula, it requires a lot of effort. It's not that easy. You need to have it on the top, the ministry level. But then there's one practice, and I've also been thinking about how to bring free software to younger generation. In developing country, there's a lot of language center, like small language center, and people go to learn English when they are like 5 or 6 years old, right?
Yeah.
And they actually pay to learn the language because they want to be more success in the future. And this is not something that really requires a lot of effort. So teacher can just organize very small hub everywhere in the city and get together a group and teach them English. And this is based on their own motivation. So I wonder if we can replicate the thing for free software that have like more smaller satellite groups that people can teach the free software to kids.
So I think that the gist of what I'm getting is that you're suggesting that.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Rowan.
Well, soon there's going to be another one. I have a baby brother.
That's good. So we're going to learn how to do this well, and from your successes and mistakes and learnings, yes, you'll teach your younger brother. I hear the idea that, yes, there are ways to go to places where people are just trying to learn all sorts of things. What is technology? And they're learning languages, and they're getting used to English. And the context could include understanding a lot of these things and the context of software freedom. So what my view of all this in terms of thinking about the big picture is that even within the world of free software, my experience is that the efforts of the adults tends to be, can we make free software that like is just entertaining? Like, can we make it, or maybe educational? I'm not, obviously not going to do anything harmful, but with the limited resources we have, they end up making something like. Just a moment, Rowan. Let me say something, and I'll give you a turn. I think that if the emphasis, for example, on Mindtest being a free software game, seems to be like, I could get kids to be playing, to doing something on the computer where what they're doing is free software. But there's no sense in which I think that if I could get more kids to switch to Mindtest instead of Minecraft or whatever, I don't have the sense that those kids are going to go around understanding software freedom and talking to people about software freedom and why it matters. It's totally meaningless because it's just like, I don't know, I could have a car that, drives a certain way or, is more polluting or less polluting or something. And if you just happen to be in the car and you don't talk about it, you don't think about how the environment works, you're not going to learn anything about what the issues are. So I think the point that I'm trying to get at is the introduction to technology should be first and foremost with the idea that kids are interested in understanding how the world works and where the technology comes from. Yes, Rowan, we have another question, but you go ahead. What do you have to say? Thanks for your patience.
I want to disconnect that from my computer.
We will. When the presentation is over, then your computer will be independent again and you can play so now you're addicted to Mindtest. So when his younger brother gets a computer, maybe I will make a decision that says we're going to stick to terminal games. So I didn't say this, but my vision that I would like another one would be, I literally need help with this, by the way, like which terminal-based game, and there's a bunch of them, would be the sort that he could play it for a little bit in the terminal but then say, well, this game is a program too, I want to look at the source code, and then be able to understand the source code enough so that he can actually understand the connection directly between not only what he made, but the things he's experiencing and the source code behind it, because we can't look at the source code to Mindtest and have it make sense to him. That'd be crazy. I will say there's an interesting experience we had, which we gave a virtual initial version of this talk at the status we were at then, back at LibrePlanet in March, and one of the attendees was so excited about Rowan's talking about backflips and other distracting things that he was just, had a bunch of energy while we were trying to get through the talk. And so he made a patch for Cowsay to say, okay, somebody wanted this is needed, okay, I'm going to make a patch and make animated cows as a function and make the cow do a backflip. And so somebody actually did this, and the patch exists, and there's an open thing to merge it into a new fork of Cowsay that is out there. And there's a reference to it in the repo that I mentioned in terms of talking about what we experienced. So just being connected to the people in the community, and somebody who is not the developer of Cowsay, just a random free software person, heard about Rowan being interested in what the programs could or couldn't do and said, hey, that's a nice idea and I'm going to do something. And so we got this result, and this is like people interacting with the community. And he said he cared about the idea that free software includes the users and the community and the connection and the bug reports and the requests, not just being the programmer. What was the other last question?
Well, this
Something?
actually has a little bit less impact after that final block because you hit a lot of the points I was going to talk about. Two of the really core aspects of my free software worldview are the ability to look at the code that's running and see how it's working, which is what's really missing when you run proprietary software, understanding what's happening. And then the freedom to be able to modify it and what it does. And with something like Mindtest, On Mac OS, applications are a single file, so you could probably run strings on it, and you could use sed to, say, rename an item, perhaps, depending on how text is encoded, but it's very obtuse, it's very difficult, and it requires a lot of understanding about these utilities and pipelines and chance, to be frank, with the text encoding. But if you have interpreted languages like Python, then you have a game that's a script that you can run, and then, off on the side, be looking at the code and seeing how it impacts the
Right.
you're experiencing in the game, and it becomes trivial to modify it. So games in interpreted languages is the answer to what can be accessible.
Yeah. I just have the concern of the big picture that I'm wanting to say, well, it's going to be cut very short if you're not actually allowed to go ahead and make your changes and share it with other people and develop it in a collaborative, community sense. But I still think there are proprietary software things that even support that. They support some mods, and people share their mods, and then things and whatever. And it is that, and it's honestly very similar. It's a little overlap with software freedom, and you experience it. But there is this question of well, how come there's some company that, at the end of the day, can decide that something is or isn't going to be available, or take the thing away, and then it's gone for, and sorry, or whatever. Nintendo made games 30 years ago that, are illegal for anybody else to be doing something with, and why? And I think kids can understand these questions and are curious about how the world works. And I don't think, this is my experience even in free software, is that a large portion of people who are in free software got into it because they were programmers, and then it was just a thing they were doing, and they weren't even themselves thinking about what is the dynamics of power and structure and money in the world. And that happens to be my attitude, because I'm here not as I don't even work in technology. I'm a music teacher and got involved in free software because I saw that that's where all the power issues and issues of all the concerns I have in the world are, which is basically, short of it is, I'm involved in snowdrift.coop, which is a separate thing you can find out about and talk to me about. And I think that the biggest threat to him being healthy in life is advertising, basically, which in the end isn't just for him. It's the thing that it convinces all of his friends to eat the junk food and then tell him to eat the junk food or whatever. And the only way to get rid of the advertising is to get rid of the power behind it, which is to say there can't be the economic model by which we run our society. And I hate advertising. So free software is like an alternative way of thinking about how media and technology could work, because it's not based in advertising.
You mentioned Pepper and Carrot. That could be something. So getting him to write some stories using those characters. You're allowed to. You can share those.
Yeah, you can open up Krita, and you can open up the files and change them. And
well, even without necessarily even changing it to graphics, just writing a story that involves them. And then maybe figuring out how to do it as a comic.
Absolutely.
But rather than using some commercial behind your copyright.
Yeah, this goes again to the point of it matters what sort of values and messages you're talking about. So we. I mean, early on, he goes to a bilingual school and doing Spanish, and incidentally, my favorite free software video thing is this. For whatever the pros and cons and things you like or don't like, Richard Stallman is an inspiring speaker in some ways, and the GNU.org/education is actually my favorite thing, where he talks specifically about why it is essential for a moral, ethical society that kids in schools use only free software. And he has a very compelling message that I won't repeat verbatim, but it happens to be that it was him giving it in Spanish. And so there's subtitles though. And so we watched that video just talking about what is that GNU character in Super Tux Kart. And so he watched the thing, and then we talked about it a little bit, and then he was talking about the dynamics of, in the Super Tux Kart little thing, there's the GNU character is captured or something, and then whatever, and then, we had a stuffed GNU that we put next to his computer, and there's a value. And then we watched the Blender stuff, thanks for the movies the other night.
Yeah.
And then there's a cultural connection to these ideas and why they matter.
And for the Spanish, you might be able to bring that up to your teachers. They can get Pepper and Carrot.
Oh yeah, we read it in Spanish, incidentally.
Yeah.
Which is great that's robust. There's also a level of this book is somebody will be translating it into Spanish. It's in a few other languages. And if he was a bit more advanced, maybe we could even help with that or whatever. That's a whole other story. I do, again, highly, highly recommend this book. It's amazing. But this gives a sign of where we are in the world, in that it was the publisher was willing to publish it under a Creative Commons, free culture license. But they don't say in the book, this is free culture, you can do stuff with it, go do it. It just says, the Creative Commons license, blah, 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 blah. You know, like you, and if you know, maybe hopefully people won't really know what that means, so they won't do anything with it, because the publishers was like taking a leap just to allow that license to be the license. They're not going to put a big thing on it, being like, this is free culture, which is where I really want it to go. That's the difference. Incidentally, it's free culture, but your kids don't really know it, or this is actually free culture. You can rewrite the story. You can publish your rewritten story. You can share it with other people. That's the experience the kids need with culture and technology in order to get it. Not just be abstract. Anyway, I could go on and on and on, and we're here, and I'll say, close out the conference, and thanks everybody for welcoming us. And Rowan, I hope you enjoyed your first in-person free software conference.
By the way,
Now people know who Rowan is, and he